Good morning, everyone. Oh, how are you? Yes. Yeah. No, right. You are co-chairing with Dr. Modi. Okay, now what to do? Good morning. Yes, I've come. Yes. Okay. Okay. We are in the chair, Dr. Rakimo here. Um, mm, yes. All right. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Let me ask. Okay. Mm, okay. Okay. So is oh,
mwaka mmoja. Nilikuwa na nimeiaka venye tumefika. Sijui kuna mtu aliguza. Venye tumefika kusikosha. Akamudu kufiti.
Who is Victor Mania? You're supposed to be presenting something. They are two, they are already presenting. I've seen something in the project. They are two. But they are not many people, but they are presenting. They are two, they are presenting. Yes. Beta one. Yeah, I'm going to present. Then you think Amanda, you're supposed to present something.
Kwa Kenyan Prince ametoa ngoma. I song. I sing a song. I song sing.
Punya per script kita.
most cases, in most cases unapata, especially watu wakienda lunch, kurudi unaona pia
presenter decide. Imagine.
wanatakiwa naona wanaprovoke kwa seti, wanaprovoke kama hao walisema
This meeting is being recorded.
But there's been next
Sikia mwingine ameingia, acha niende nikampige. Acha nikae huko.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We are about to start. The session is a bit delayed because of the audience, but I will request anytime they want to start from now, you could kindly come down to create some. You come near here so that we may look presentable and a bit warm and be able to participate. So please just come closer. We do not have to wait for everyone to come in. Also, in the afternoon, it may be less people, so we will take advantage of the morning sessions and make as many presentations as possible. So kindly, if you are with us, you can come to the front chairs. Then we will be starting very fast, very soon, with no particular order. We will begin with the ones who are present at the moment. So the
My name is Professor Ramano Sobiambo Tien, Vice Chancellor of Meru University of Science and Technology. Meru University is one of the 40 public universities in Kenya. We're just 13 years old, but with a rich dream, a dream of being a world-class university of excellence in science and technology and innovation, for impacting human life, for impacting community and touching the human heart. We have 8 schools. The school managing waste. One dealing with managing organic waste, and another one dealing with the carbon emissions. That is the ICC, how the carbon emissions take place, especially from cement, and coming up with mitigating activities on how to reduce that carbon to the atmosphere. So that's what we have, and I really welcome you to the session.
Flipping AI Notaker is different than all the rest. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary.
The task is providing strategic leadership as oversight to ensure that the institution remains responsive to the societal changes needs while maintaining the highest standards of academic excellence.
There was a bit of a challenge with the transport on the road because of some emergency issues there. So let me begin by introducing myself. My name is Dr. Ratumo Toreri. I am a chemist and I work in the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. So in today's session, I will be sharing the session with when she comes, she will say her name. The name has just escaped my mind. So for a start, let us have a word of prayer from her, and then we introduce the first presenter. Then we begin from there. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Florence Diakono. I teach in the Department of Animal Science in the School of Agriculture and Food Science. Let me thank you all for coming. Though we were waiting for more presenters and audience, but because there is impending fear, we hope the others will join us, either physically or online. Today people are fearing to go to the streets because of what happened sometime, but we hope everything will be okay. I understand already we have 3 presenters, so we shall start with those who are here, not in any order. So I welcome you all, and we hope the day will be fruitful. And so we can start with a word of prayer. Let us all bow our head and pray. Let us pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty and everlasting Father, we come before you this good morning that you have given us. Thank you for making it possible for everyone who is here today. And also we pray for those who are on the way coming. God, make them arrive here so that we can all together learn matters, research, so that we can make our society better. And it is in Jesus' name I pray and give thanks. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Welcome.
Okay, so we will welcome our first speaker, Gertrude. Gertrude will be presenting. Gertrude Simuli, your presentation is here. You will be able to put it on. After Gertrude has presented, we have other audience and presenters online. We have presenters from Canada, Italy, and Germany who are going to present. 4 of them. They also come, they are colleagues of Gertrude. So we will be mixing one online, another one present here. So there are so many presenters actually who are going to begin. So Gertrude, welcome, and feel free. You have 10 minutes to present, but you can do a little longer. Enjoy yourself. So welcome, and after she presents, we can ask a few questions. Later when we become busy, we will take like 2-3 presenters. After that, we ask questions together. You may also write your question on a piece of paper, then you give it to us. We can be able to refresh it and then ask it to the presenters. So thank you and enjoy your session.
Thank you, respected Chair, members of the panel and colleagues. Good morning. My name is Gertrude Simuli, and today I'm delighted to take you through my topic, evaluation of ceramic tile failures in cementitious system. And basically, what we will learn in this presentation is the different methods in which tile failures occur in our buildings, in our offices. Yes. So just to set the context, ceramic tiles have gained growing demand as finishing materials in Kenyan construction, in our offices, and in our homes, due to their aesthetics, durability, and even ease of cleaning. Just as of 2024, the ceramic tile consumption was placed at approximately 28.8 million meters squared, with this projected to grow to about 35 million meters squared in 2032, with 60% of this accounted for in the residential sector, meaning in our houses, and the others find their uses in other applications such as offices and commercial buildings. This could be attributed to the increasing house demand, which is placed at approximately 200,000 units annually, or urbanization, increasing population growth, or even modern architectural trends that place aesthetic trends as a priority. Despite the increasing use of ceramic tiles failures, despite the increasing use of ceramic tiles, they face a very critical problem, tile debonding, whereby you can be walking and you step on a tile and then you feel it like it's cracking or it's popping or it comes out. So, even as we continue to increase the performance, to increase tile consumption, it's also critical to enhance the long-term performance. So when I talk about tile debonding, this refers to the loss of adhesion between ceramic tile and substrate, which causes tiles to loosen, bulge, or detach from surface. And this can manifest as loss of bond, hollow sounding tiles, or even tiles popping and cracking. And what can look as a simple aesthetic defect can even escalate quickly into something more serious like safety hazard, can cause a safety hazard risk, durability problem, and even high maintenance costs. So this study was justified by first, structural integrity, whereby debonded tiles expose substrates to moisture, which these allow agents of degradation which can cause the tiles to pop off, and this therefore affects the durability. Also the economic cost, whereby when tiles debond, we need to remove them and replace them, and even the labor cost, and also disruption of those occupying the buildings. So, and also repair costs may run into even millions of shillings. Also, there is the social science gap, whereby failure mechanisms and correct adhesive classes are poorly documented in Kenya, and the enforcement gap, whereby despite the availability of standards to show which tiles and which tiles adhesives we should use for different applications, some cement is still used where polymer adhesive are required. This study was guided by the following objectives. The first objective was to classify cohesive, adhesive, and substrate failure modes. The second objective was to document where debonding occurs most frequently. The third objective was to map adhesive classes to tile sizes and application areas. And the last objective was to identify practical measures to reduce debonding. So, the methodology adopted in this study was a mixed method approach. We did literature review. We also summarized the KEM standards for KS 2129. This aligns with standard EN 12004, which classifies what adhesives should be used for what application area. Also, a survey was done for the tile installers, hardware owners, and affordable housing contractors, and also a technical sales manager for a tile adhesive company to gain knowledge and awareness, the current practices, the failure observations, and bias and recommendations. And this data collected was analyzed using Excel to give 4 outputs. One was the failure mode typology, 2 was the debonding area risk summary, and adhesive class application area compatibility matrix, and recommendations for mitigating this issue. So the first objective was classifying the different failure modes, and according to this we can find like 3 major failure modes are identified. The first one is adhesive failures, which can occur either between the adhesive, the tile itself, and the adhesive. When I talk about the adhesive, that is the glue that is used to attach the tile to the substrate. So adhesive failures can occur between the tile itself and the adhesive, or between the adhesive and the substrate. The second kind of failure that was recognized was cohesive failure, which can occur between the adhesive itself, whereby the glue breaks in half itself. And then the last failure was cohesive failure between the substrate, whereby the substrate just breaks off away from the adhesive and the tile. So among all these, adhesive failure across interface was known to be the one that is most prevalent, and this classification aligns with the standards in EN 12004. So the implication of failures, it shows that it's important because each different failure modes require different methods of prevention. For the process of tile debonding, inadequate tile adhesive selection was found to be the most prevalent, accounting for around 52%, followed by poor workmanship, which was at about 30%, followed by thermal expansion and moisture ingress. For inadequate adhesive selection, this one was shows that different applications need different adhesive applications. For instance, like in this room, you cannot use the same adhesive for this room for maybe a high-risk area such as a swimming pool. and also poor workmanship. So maybe like the installers are not using the correct application methods, like maybe back battering, proper surface preparation, and this highlights the importance of installer training for this. For thermal expansion, it just shows the how high temperatures affect the tile rebonding, and also for moisture ingress, it highlights the importance of waterproofing during these applications. So the next objective was to generate rebonding summary, that is to show which areas are most affected by tile rebonding. And external walls, swimming pool, and large format tiles accounted for the highest risk areas, accounting for about 80 to 95%. And then like other areas like interior dry walls. Interior dry walls are like, for instance, like in a kitchen, maybe like the walls inside a kitchen. Those are like low risk areas, or maybe like inside the walls of a bathroom. But floors, swimming pool areas, and external walls, those ones account for highest because probably they are exposed to different temperature changes. They are exposed to different things like water, so that puts them at high risk. And the implication of this is that the location of the tile installation is just as important as the tile itself when selecting an adhesive system. So for the adhesive type usage by installer, it showed that about 75% of tile installers still use sand cement mortars, even where high performance adhesives like polymer modified adhesives are required, like in swimming pools, in wet floors, and external walls. So there is a mismatch between adhesive type and application area, which significantly increases the risk of debonding. The third objective was to come up with a matrix or a table to show the adhesive class and application area, like the area and what the industry says which one we should use, which adhesive we should use. So for simple application areas such as interior walls or interior floors which are dry, you can use simple adhesives such as C1, C2, and C2E. When I talk about C stands for cementitious mortar, and then C1 is like lower class adhesive. This one I just use in simple areas, and then C2 are higher performance. They offer double strength for C1, and then we have C2 and TE. It means it has an extended open time, and also it has leak resistance. Leak resistance means when you use that adhesive, especially on a vertical wall, the tile is less likely to fall off. And also open time, it means it has high workability. And also we have S1 and then we have epoxy. These are just higher class adhesives. So according to this matrix, demanding environments such as wet areas, external walls, and swimming pools require advanced adhesive classes such as C2E, S1, S2, or epoxy systems. So this matrix was developed to form a basis or a guide of adhesive selection while out in the field. And then the last objective was to identify practical measures to reduce debonding. And the first one was proper adhesive selection according to application area, improved installer training, better surface preparation, use of back-battering techniques for large format tiles, enhanced awareness for adhesive classifications, and stronger compliance with existing standards. And then, so the recommendations, the industry should invest in point of sale education at hardware stores with simple adhesive decision guides for retail staff. Also develop affordable entry-level polymer modified products to reduce the cost barrier. And then for training institutions such as NITA, you can add adhesives, class selection, surface preparation, and back-battering as formally assessment competencies. Or develop a short Swahili course on tile rebonding process and prevention for practicing installers, because most of them are not so well learned. So at least in a language they can easily understand. And also mandate class labeling for KEBS to mandate class labeling on all tile adhesive products. in English and Swahili, the application area guidance, so as to guide somebody who is using the adhesive on the correct application area. And also for the National Construction Authority, recommendation was to include adhesive compliance verification in certificate of occupation, inspection for all tile applications, and also to require subcontractors to maintain on-site adhesive record, that is product, case class, and batch number. This will guide someone in case like tile debonding occurs and a fundi comes to inspect. It can guide the diagnosis and how correctly to repair the situation. So in conclusion, tile debonding is just far more than an aesthetic defect, and it should be a serious problem that we should put to mind and come together to sort it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was a good presentation. Because of I am already seeing that we are in motion, and tea is also ready. But it's better if we get another presenter before we move people out for tea. We will take this shortly and then we come back. So reserve your questions, and then after tea we shall ask the questions to the two presenters. After that we will proceed that way. So we shall be asking questions after 2 or 3 presenters have made their presentations. So thank you, Gertrude. Let us invite the next presenter. Thank you. Yeah, we will do 10 minutes. Normally, as you can see, the program says 10 minutes for our presentation. So we will stick to that. Just make sure you present very fast. Within 10 minutes, you can finish. So when we come back from break, we will have 2 presenters from abroad, but also we will have some of you here. Dr. Mungai is here, and the one that we have right now. So welcome and enjoy the presentation.
Well, good morning. My name is Borek Kipta Cosmas. I'm privileged to be here. So I'll be taking you through my topic, which is assessment of alternative fuels, which are utilized in the cement industry, in the Kenyan cement industry projects. So under the subjects of smart infrastructure, renewable energy, and sustainable design. So start off by saying that the energy cost of running a cement factory can increase up to 40% with total expense. So as there was a study of assessment of the effectiveness of cement processing by Nyakar et al. In 2024. Also, the most fuel which are being burned in our cement kilns are the coal, the petcoke, and the heavy fuel. The petcoke is made from heavy fuel, processed then to make to have high percentage of burnable coal. Then this has a significant emissions where we have up to 2.8% global emissions. Normally, cement emits CO2 of 7 to 8% globally. So of this 7%, we have 2.8% global emission, all coming from burning fuel. So this is for the International Agency report of 2025. And the calorific value of the Kenyan coal which are used now in plants is from 25 to 30 megajoules per ton. So as this now questions how we can have other alternative fuels to employ in our plants. So we first, alternative fuel can have the refuse derived. These are waste from homes, from other industries. Then we have biomass, the agricultural waste, such as the coconuts, shells over there, the leaves, the stalks, and then I recycle plastic from waste from industries also for homes, and most importantly the tires, which can be shredded and then be fed to the kilns. Tires have high caloric value for the same. Also industrial waste. These are examples the recovering solvents from industries, then preparing them to burn it. Then, so the problem here we have is a high emission of CO2 coal and petcoke. That we have carbon dioxide emitted. Also, petcoke has sulfur oxide, which is very dangerous greenhouse gas. Also, presence of noxious gases and carbon monoxide in case of partial decomposition. And the coal and petcoke are exposed to volatile commodity markets. Those are international markets that is beyond our control. Then, due to higher imports, for Kenyan industry, cement industry, we have our coal. We don't mine our coal in the country right now. We obtain them from South Africa mostly, so which make it subject to import duties. So to justify this, we can talk about the Kenya Vision 2030, where Kenya is foreseen to improve and accept sustainable building, and then for set gap in the Kenyan context. So, and also have a lower production cost because we will employ this from local sources. When we reduce CO2, when we burn refuse and other biomass, and then local sourcing. Okay, obviously we obtaining this material locally from our eco farmers and local industries. And also promote circular economy, which is recycling this waste back to the system. And then for SDGs, we're talking about SDG 13, which is climate action and industrial innovation, also infrastructure. So on the materials methods, I targeted on 15 respondents. The demographic of this were the quantity control, product managers, the process engineers, and the field procurement officers in the plant. Did a stratified sampling, sampling the producers, the regulators, and the experts. Also collecting user survey with a questionnaire, which I designed from the literature review. Then did the analysis, qualitative, the best place of opinion and views of these experts, quantitative, which ranges averages done by Excel. The outcomes. Now, from this we get to know the fuel types that are being used, the testing procedures, the supply chains, and the seasonal variability, which is the main factor. Then, sorry, I don't know how missed my objective. So the main objective was to assess the utilization of alternative fuels in the Kenyan context. But to specify this, we had identified the types of alternative fuels that are being employed currently. Then I evaluated the qualification testing procedures and their calorific values. Also, we investigated the effect of seasonal variability, waste generation on alternative fuels, consistency and availability. Because this informed the decisions. If a plant has really wants to take in other fuels, it has to check if it is available through the year. Also identify other alternative fuels that are not underexploited in the Kenyan context. So from objective 1, that's what I get. So 80% of the plants currently use the alternative fuels. Only 13 has been active, and mainly because of it's costly, and it has. You have also to redesign your kilns, which is expensive to do that. So the tire-derived fuels and bagases, which are agricultural biomass, are dominating, because of their availability, mostly obtaining them in the western region of the country. So the operational and regulatory challenges limit scaling up. Yeah, they say that. So Also, the regularity affects it because we have to regulate these things from KEBS doing a standardization of how it has to be used and applied. So we have 13 not using, 14 under evaluation or pilot tests, and the 47 are currently using it. So objective 2, which was about quantification testing, they do calorific chlorine content of it, the sulfur content of these alternative fuels. They also do heavy metals, particle size, and the moisture content and the ash content. Ash content affected because the material will not burn and it will increase the slag content in it. And the calorific value, which is the main, for it to be adopted, has to have a high calorific value. So the next calorific value, which now dominates as a primary acceptance criterion, which has to is true, and this high attracts rigorous chemical testing despite fuel plant conducting it. Then chlorine content is critical because chlorine affects cement. So having it in kiln, which can get into the clicker, is a problem. So fuel plants reported testing it, but it has to be part of major tests to be undertaken. So to address effects of seasonal changes on alternative fuel quality, the season. Now, if we're producing, if you are taking your fuels, maybe biomass, from January to maybe May, those seasons affect the chlorine content, the ash contamination, and the availability when it's harvesting seasons, and then reduce calorific value. If this is maybe when it rains on it, or when you are sorting it, when you are stockpiling it and mixing it well, you can have other material mixing with the matrix, the soil and sand, affecting the burning capability. Also, high moisture content in the rain, if unfortunately the material gets rained on. So 73% experience significant moderation, seasonal moderation, due to high moisture content is having rain on. So the high moisture content and calorific value reduction are the primary quality effects. So they have a stockpiling as a dominant coping strategy. You have a large silos of these materials so that can make it available through the season. So on opinion of having other underexposed, they feel like if this material could be well sourced and be processed well, it can really improve acceptance. One is the recycled plastics, municipal waste, and the tire dry fuels and agricultural waste. So many, up to 60%, feel that agricultural waste should be really adopted because they are in plenty. Kenya is an agricultural country, and then tire dry fuels, the municipal waste. But the inconsistent fuel supply is the second most common obstacle. A regulatory restriction and high pre-processing costs and weak waste collection. So pre-processing, if you take this material back into the factory, yes, it's recycled, but you have to pre-process it so that it can be fit and compatible with the kiln. You have to add other substance, materials to make it able to burn well and compatible with the kiln structure. So also have an issue of public acceptance. People have views, you are telling them you're burning tires. They worry about the emissions again. So to conclude this, I can conclude that the cement industry is transitioning, but the support remains weak. The feedstock availability and shortages are the main challenges, and the public acceptance also is and regulatory at the increasing fuel substitution. So recommendation is that we should establish a national cooperative policy with incentives, strengthen KEBS standards, and then improve waste collections through external producer. That streamlines the approval, investing, and in co-processing infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, clap for him. It was a very great presentation. He has done very well, and we have now managed to have 2 presenters. In our next presentation, we shall invite Nesbit Kirimi, who is going to present from abroad. But before that, we will now take a break of just 20 minutes to go and take a cup of tea. After a cup of tea, we come back here and we proceed with the presentations. So if you have any questions for the 2 presenters, you can ask when we come back here. So I guess that's okay. So for the presenters, those who are here to present, you can take your tea in ECS 09. You go to ECS 09 together with all other students who are here and other staff members. You go to ECS 09. The other audience, those are the presenters. The audience and the rest of the people are here. You go to ECA 05. C05. And rapporteurs, chairs of sessions, there is a tent which we normally use behind here. So thank you. Let us keep time. In the interest of time, because we just lost us some time, please come back within 20 minutes. So let's proceed.
So let us set you up so that the audience can hear what you are going to speak. So those who are seated behind, please welcome here. Wacha nifike hapa karibu so that tujisikie pamoja. Next speaker.
Yes, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Excellent. So you will begin. So you have just take your time, introduce yourself, where you are, and then you shall begin. We can give you 10 minutes to start, and then later we will ask you questions after a few more presenters. So, are you ready?
I'm ready, Peter.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, session chair, and everyone present. Good morning. My name is Nesbit Mirikiremi. Currently, I'm in Italy doing my research there at the University of Padova. And today I'll be presenting my topic on harnessing the profit hazard of value chain in production of sustainable bio-based construction material. And my other authors are Vincent Omondi, Joshua Ratumo, Dr. Joshua Ratumo, and Joseph Mwiti. In my introduction, I'll based on a look at the aspect of the current state in Africa, where we are witnessing rapid urbanization that is coming from the population growth, with the projection of African growth, that is in terms of population. By 2050, we are going to see a doubling in population, that is in Africa. And you know, when there's increase in population, there's also need to improve our infrastructure, that is roads and the housing units, to accommodate the population. This is being witnessed in Africa, and with Asia and Africa being the center of urbanization in the globe. As you can see in the map here, the central region of Africa, that is the area with the shade with blue shade, shows that is the area that has high prices of cement, selling at prices more than $10. And you can see at the other lighter blue regions, that's where we are selling the cement at lower, between $10 and $7. And the lighter shade blue shows pricing of cement being less than $7. What does this tell us? It shows that the cement at the center of Africa is costly. This also shows us that we are importing our clinker from outside the continent. So this shows there is a resource constraint. We are not able ourselves to sustain the construction development that we are currently witnessing. This is straining the economy of the continent. Also, clinker production, that is cement production, that's OPC in per se, is linked to production of CO2, which is it's a climate problem, which is a global house CO2 that is causing change in climate. It's a major cause of climate change, causing global warming. As you can see, what we are witnessing currently in Africa: high temperatures, drought, erratic rains. So this is a call for us to think twice. Now, coming down to our country, that is Kenya. This is the same. If we are scaling down, the same is what we are witnessing in our own country. In Kenya, we are projecting by 2025, 50% of the population will be living in urban areas. And imagine the current population in Kenya that is around 50 or 50 million. Now everyone is living in urban areas. This is it's a wake-up call to show that we need to think because the current the resources that we have are really constrained. And cement as the binder, that is the core material that is being used in urbanization, in construction, both in roads and housing units. And as we have seen in our previous slide, construction, that is concrete production, accounts for around 8% of CO2 production emissions in the globe. So we should be thinking on how we can sustainably produce the cement. Also, the other thing that we'll see later is that agricultural sector also accounts for 9% of CO2 emissions, which also we can think about and think how we can reduce for sustainability. Sustainability in construction and agricultural ruralization is the core mandate in this research. We can use locally available materials from agricultural waste in production of SCMs. What are SCMs? SCMs are materials that can be used to replace clinker in cement. So we can have our normal cement that is achieving the standards and also reduce the clinker that we have seen that is a major contributor to CO2 emissions around the globe. So some of the SCMs that we have in Kenya are pozzolanic materials that are natural pozzolans like volcanic ash, which is pumice, and calcined clay. There are other agricultural biomasses that have high potential in replacing the clinker, that is rice husk ash, that is sugarcane bagasse, palm oil fuel, coconut, coffee husk, macadamia, to name but a few. So we should be able to tap into this in reducing the SCMs, in reducing the clinker in cement. Some of the technologies that have come up is the cement that is picking up, that called LC3, which has the potential of reducing clinker up to 30% in cement and still achieve the same standards. Also, cutting the CO2 emissions in cement by 40%, which is a bigger percent. We can also use agricultural wastes in production of bio-based admixtures. Currently, admixtures are products that we use in cement in impacting the different properties in cement, like setting time, like workability, like air entrainment, and to name but a few. So the current admixtures in the market are petrol-based, and also petroleum products are also linked in global emissions, and also they are very expensive. So we can use our waste products that we are witnessing, that we have in our agricultural products, not only to lower the CO2 produced in construction industry and the pricing, but also to reduce the CO2 emissions that we see from agricultural produce. Also, increasing the value chain, increasing the value of our products. Other products that can be used in an example of products that waste materials that we can use in production of admixtures are coffee husks that have got high concentration of lignins that can be converted to lignosulfonate. That is my area of study. That's what I'm doing the research here in Europe. There's a sugarcane bagasse that has high percentage of cellulose, lignins, and bagasse that can produce admixtures to as viscosity modifiers. And sugarcane bagasse also has some sugarcane as produce molasses, but also sugars which are also source of bio-based mixture. There is rice husk, maize cobs, and coconut husk and fibers. The objective of this study was to investigate the potential of harnessing the coffee husk value chain for the production of sustainable bio-based construction materials in Kenya. My specific objective was to assess the quantities and seasonal trends of coffee husk generation in the region, to evaluate the existing disposal and utilization methods of coffee husk and their associated environmental impact. I was also the research was to determine the stakeholders' awareness and perception and willingness to participate in valorization of the waste. The study also seeks to assess the sustainability and commercialization potential of converting the coffee husk into bio-based construction material. It seeks to investigate the potential application of coffee husk in production of sulfonate that can replace the petrol-based admixtures that is currently in use. The study was also aimed to identify the opportunities of developing circular and sustainable coffee husk value chain and support green manufacturing and climate resilient construction in our country. My findings were 62% respondents participated in this survey, where the Google sheet was served to different people in different locations around the region where we do coffee. And 54.8% that participated were coffee farmers. The cooperative society representatives that were where we aggregate our coffee, our 12.9%. Coffee managers accounted to 8.1%. Coffee husk production was largely seasonal, that was the finding, and 85.5% of the participants indicating that the waste generation peaks were between October and December, which is the main harvesting season. The objective that I was seeking was to see that the waste production per season, of which 21% of the farmers shown that they are producing around 4 to 5 tons of waste, and most of them were between 4 and 5. Between the major producers were between most waste producers production per season per farmer was between 2 tons and 7 tons, which is a substantial amount of waste, given that Kenya produces around 50 million metric tons of coffee per year, and around over 10% of coffee bean is coffee husk, not accounting even for the pulp, which with all that now you project around 40% of the waste. You can do the math, that's a lot of waste that you are producing. And also when we did, the other objective was to check where the farmers take their waste, most of which 60% were using it as a composting. They were composting it for manure, even though the findings show that even though the decomposting manure of coffee has got high acidity, which is not good for microbial activities. So they had no option but to do the composting, because they didn't have many other avenues of disposing the waste. Also, there are landfills, most of which is done by the cooperative societies, and 2.2% show that they sold to third parties that will produce biochar and other economic activities. 72% of respondents were aware that coffee has the potential to transform into value-added products, and 14.2% say that coffee has waste produced air pollution. 51.9% show that coffee has had effect on water pollution, since most of the pulping is done with a lot of water and finds their way into the mainstreams. There is also soil contamination, that 3.9%. I would say that because, as you can see, as I am saying, that the coffee has got high percentage of acid, it's acidic, which is not detrimental to the soil. Most of the participants shown that they are willing to participate in providing the coffee husk for industrial applications, with 26% remaining open to future participation. All the participants who were interviewed view coffee husk as a promising raw material for production of sustainable construction material. The conclusion of the survey showed that waste coffee husks provide a sustainable raw material for production of sustainable construction material. Current disposal practices are environmentally unsustainable and economically inefficient. Strong stakeholders support what was noted. Most of them, they were very highly willing to participate in the value chain, and positive perception towards construction application provided by the valorization of coffee husk. Also reducing the environmental impact of the coffee husk that they are witnessing. The recommendation is that investment in technical training, market development, infrastructure is needed, and support will be essential for transforming coffee husk from agricultural waste product into a valuable feedstock for bio-based construction material. That will be very effective for our country economy, both for construction industry, lowering the cost of construction, and also increasing the value of the coffee coffee as a coffee plant as a whole, or coffee crop as a whole. Such intervention would promote circular economy principle, creating additional cash mainstream of coffee farmers, reduce environmental pollution, contribute to sustainable construction.
Your time is up now.
And thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, it's a coincidence. I was going to stop you from proceeding, but it was a very nice and very intuitive presentation. We will like to introduce the next speaker. Where is that?
Chair.
Yes, next bit. So you will wait a bit. When we come back later after a couple of presentations, you will receive a few questions and then you can be able to answer them. So we welcome our next speaker to be in session. So welcome, he will introduce himself, and then after this, we shall again take another online presenter, that's Joshua Kabura. So, karibu.
Thank you, Chair of the session, and colleague presenters and the audience. Good morning. So my name is James Jurista. I work for Turkana University College and presenting this one alongside Ruth from Kenyatta University, who is not with us, but all you know I will present on her behalf. And the topic is the remediation of phenol and pyranitrophenol from contaminated water using raw and cottonized anonymous fruit peels. So just use of waste materials that we just waste, but then we can synthesize them and use them I'll take them as resources, more so for water remediation or removal of contaminants present in drinking water or industrial water before it is, of course, taken into the environment. And all right. So clean water is scarce, and we know that this situation is made worse by insufficient treated water supplies, and more so because of human activities, a lot of stress has been put on this as a result of growth in population and also industrialization that leads to production of contaminants into the environment. And these contaminants could be organic or inorganic in nature. And we know that water is a universal solvent and therefore is able to dissolve a host of these pollutants and therefore becoming a source of pollution. Phenolic compounds, as we know them, are organic compounds. They have a single or condensed aromatic rings, and then in one of the rings there could be a hydroxyl group attached directly to it. And these compounds are known to change the taste and odor of water, even at very low concentrations, also changing the quality and taste of will dissolve in water to form or to and they dissociate to form the phenolic ion and of course hydrogen ions to form highly acidic solutions. So there are various sources of phenol. Could be pesticides that we are using in our farming, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals, among others. And various health effects have been attributed to these phenolic compounds. For example, there is nausea, there is headache, there is the aspect of carcinogens that we have just talked about, among other health effects. And that means then that it is important that we look for cheaper methods of eliminating these phenolic compounds from especially the drinking water or water that be used for agriculture or human consumption. And the challenge that we have today is that the methods that we have for water remediation are quite expensive. For example, the reverse osmosis, use of activated carbon, they are quite expensive and they may not be accessible because of the cost and also the energy that they use, maybe to the very poor people in the rural areas. And therefore it is imperative that we come up with cheaper methods for removal of these pollutants. And one such technique that we can use is a desorption. And we have some technical hitch. As we know, a desorption is simply sticking of pollutants or materials, foreign materials on a surface. And this technique has been used for quite a long time for removal of contaminants, varied of them, whether organic or inorganic. But then what has been used before maybe expensive materials like the activated carbon. So in this study, fruit peels that were just wasted away were used as adsorbents in their raw form and were also synthesized or quaternized or modified to compare which one would of course then be able to eliminate much of the contaminant. So there is this fruit which is called, depending on where you come from, it has different names. In English we call it the soursop fruit. In Uganda they call it the kitaferi, in Portuguese they call it the graviola, and so on and so forth. Even here in our region, Mount Kenya region, this fruit actually grows, and mostly we just consume the flesh part, that is the white part of the fruit, and then we just waste away we discard the peelings. So that is what was utilized in this study in their raw form and also those pills were also modified by using a quaternary ammonium compound salt, that is polydiallyl dimethyl ammonium chloride, and that was in a bid to increase the adsorption capacity. So, and you can see the fruit, I'm sure in your local language, you know how you refer to them. Where I come from, we call them matomoka fruit. I don't know where in this region or where you come from, maybe they also have another name. So the objectives were to determine the functional groups in both the raw and the quaternized, to determine the thermal stability of both the raw and the quaternized, and then to determine the surface morphology using the scanning electron microscope. And after that, we optimize the parameters to ensure that we have the parameters that can, we are able to remove maximum amount of the two phenolic compounds. Also to determine the sorting capacities and the thermodynamics of the same. And then finally to see whether it was possible to regenerate and then reuse the same pills. The materials and methods. So the biomass was collected from the market, the fruits themselves, and then of course the peelings were utilized, washed and then dried and ground into fine powder, and then thereafter quaternized using polydalmic, or what we call the polydiallyl dimethyl ammonium chloride, which is a quaternary ammonium salt. And then after that, the adsorbents or the peels, the raw and the quaternized were characterized using FTIR, NMR, thermogravimetric analyzer, and then SEM, the scanning electron microscope. Then after that, batch adsorption experiments were done, carried out for both phenol and paranitrophenol, and then thermodynamics and kinetics, and then thereafter regeneration and reuse experiments were carried out. So some of the results that we obtained, we have the FTIR characterization, and as we can see from the peaks, is that we have the peaks at 3416 in the raw and 3445 in the quaternized. And this was attributed to the presence of the OH, or the nitrogen-hydrogen functional groups. We have the peaks at 29, 27, 28, 93, possibly due to the carbon-hydrogen stretches, symmetric or unsymmetric stretches, and then other groups like the carbonyls at 16, 15, 62, and so on. So that is just about the functional groups, because we really wanted to know which functional groups could be present in the raw and that could be responsible for the adsorption. And also after quaternization, we wanted to see whether the quaternary ammonium salt was successively anchored onto the cellulosic material. And we're able to see that if you look at B, we have 1363 that could be attributed to the carbon nitrogen in ammonium, in quaternary ammonium compounds. We have stretching at 2851 attributed to the presence of the CH stretches in quaternary ammonium salt. And that was a confirmation that the quaternary ammonium salt was successively anchored onto the cellulosic material. Then NMR, again, just a confirmation of quaternization. And we can see at around 66, we have the OH, the peak. Of course, in this case, QGP is quaternized. I used the G for granular. So QGP is quaternized or the modified, then R for the raw. And then again, from the NMR, we are able to show that quaternization really took place. Then the thermogravimetric analysis, and this one was done to check that the adsorbents, whether in their raw form or in the modified form, could withstand high temperatures in the process of adsorption. And this one was actually evident, because if you look at the raw granular pills, the loss in weight was actually very high, and at the end of the scan period, the material had lost about 66%. So only about 33% of the adsorbent remained, of course due to loss of volatile materials from the adsorbent. And if you compare this one with the quaternized, you can see that the loss in mass or weight in the thermogravimetric analyzer was a bit now slow. And at the end of the scanning period, it was established that the material had undergone about 40% weight loss, meaning that the material could withstand maybe slightly higher temperatures in the course of adsorption. Then scanning electron microscope characterization, again we compare the raw and the quaternized, and in the raw we can see that the material is a bit rough and constricted. For the quaternized, we can see that the material is a bit smooth and with increased pores, and those pores could be the one attributed to, again, the adsorption process. Of course, we were not able to determine the pore sizes and also the number of sizes, the number of pores, because that would call maybe for another instrument to do that. But again, from the appearance, then you are able to see much about the surface morphology of the two adsorbents. Then on optimization of parameters, because we really wanted to know what are the parameters that are best for maximum uptake. And for the pH, for both the phenol and paranitrophenol, as you can see from those peaks, then pH 4 was established to be the best for maximum uptake of both phenol and paranitrophenol. Then effect of contact time, a contact time of about 50 minutes for the raw, and for the quaternized, okay, thank you. So 30 minutes. Then solvent dosage for the raw about 0.05 grams. For the quaternized, 0.03 grams. Initial concentration, it was established that a concentration of 30 milligrams per liter was best for maximum uptake. Temperature 25 degrees centigrade for each, and then also the data that was obtained was analyzed using both the Lagmo and the Freundlich, and we are able to know that the quaternized Gravura pills showed the highest maximum uptake at 54.945, and the data was fitted so well with the Lagmo. The kinetics of the adsorption is that the removal for both cases followed the second order kinetics. Then we are able to show that we could regenerate the adsorbent for further uptake. As you can see, up to cycle 5, we are still able to recover the adsorbed phenol and paranitrophenol, and then after, we are able to reuse the same adsorbents. Then after that, because we are using synthetic water, then we are able to use the environmental water samples, which in most cases will be the one that will be used. And then because the concentrations were quite low, then we are able to spike using the synthetic phenol and paranitrophenol, and then use the same adsorbents. And you can see that we are able to remove substantial amount of phenolic compounds from both of them. Then the conclusion that we can make is that the peaks of this Gravura fruit, or what we are calling the Annona muscata or abels, were successfully modified, and they were reused and regenerated. And we can also give a recommendation that the fruit peels that we generate at home or institutions can be used for uptake of contaminants from water, and we propose that the same adsorbents can be used for removal of other contaminants from water, maybe the bacteria or the microbes, maybe pesticide residues, and so on. So thank you, Chair, for adding me some minutes.
Thank you for a very good captivating presentation. I am still finding it necessary that we continue inviting new presenters before the questions. I think that will be fair, so that no one is left out. Continue keeping your questions. Now we will go online. We have Thomas and Tambura, who are going to present online, and we want to welcome them. So let us set them up. You may log in, if you are hearing me, Dr. Tambura and Thomas, you can load your slides. You can share your screen. Please share your screen. Okay, I can see Thomas and Dr. Tambura. Could you kindly share your screen? Okay. Is this the screen? Okay, kindly, Thomas, can you speak so that we can confirm whether you are present at Dr. Tambura?
Yes. Test. I hope you can hear me and see the presentation.
Exactly. You are welcome. Take your time, introduce yourself, and you take 10 minutes to make your presentation. So you are welcome, and we can hear you clearly. Yes, we are also seeing your screen.
Well, Habari from Berlin. I'm so happy to speak before you upon the kind invitation of the Meru University of Science and Technology in Meru. My name is Thomas Pfeiffer. I'm a mechanical engineer conducting my doctoral research, and I'm also part of the Circular BIO project that most of you know. And I would like to kind of open the presentation that Dr. Tambura is going to give with 2 points. First of all, I'd like to say you can see pictures of MUST students together with SRH students here from Berlin who conducted research in the last 2 years with 35 farmers, and I would like to speak about the survey that we conducted also together with Dr. Tambura in February and March this year, where we evaluated the farmers. We have a little different task there, not so much agriculture, mostly to generate biomass char, biomass waste char from the waste material that we can incorporate in wartime coffee. But that's not the topic today. What the topic today is going to be is agriculture and climate. And there we conducted that survey with farmers all over the Meru County. Here you can see all the locations that we distributed. Cookswell Jaikos kilns. These are special kilns that are able to convert biomass into biochar, and also wood vinegar, which is going to become a topic later on when Joshua is speaking. Now, what we found is that some farmers were not so eager, but many farmers were very eager in carbonizing. Here you have a list of the 29 that many SRH students supported me in visiting, and we studied their economic situation, we studied how they were using the kiln, and we found out that they turned 20 tons of their waste into biochar. What do I mean with waste? I will explain in the next slide. But for now, and from a climatic point of view, I would like to say that we sequestrated over 10 tons of CO2 equivalent. That means we're basically taking down the CO2 from the atmosphere, which is too full and already hampering the weather conditions in Kenya. Now, how do we do that? That's my second point. And we obtained some questions if this is climate friendly, and my answer will be yes. Why? I can prove it because we have tested 12 different biomass waste types. You can see here coconut shell, pineapple waste, sugarcane peel. We tried maize cobs, we tried maize stalk, we tried cotton. We even beat the beans out of the sunflower heads, and we tried the waste material in that kiln. How did we do it? We started the fire, we put the waste material on top, and then I recorded the CO2 emissions. Not only in CO2 terms, but also carbon monoxide and methane, which is even more climate potent. And we had a big yield of 38%. I measured the average, and especially I mentioned 0.81% of greenhouse gas by methane. And here is a short gist of the model that we used. You probably remember from thermodynamics, PV is MRT. That's in the center of the calculation. We recorded 11,874 measuring points every 2 seconds.
And so we are really precisely describing each and every process that we did. And I can then calculate precisely the mass of CO2, methane, and carbon monoxide. That gives me a carbon footprint reduction. So again, out of the 26 kilogram we put in, over 10 tons of biochar came out. And since I know exactly what's climate burdening, I am able to say, because in Granada, in the university I'm doing my doctoral research, we measured the Kenyan materials carbon content. And I can absolutely certify you that for each kilogram of biochar we made, in that very measurement we did in Meru University, we have a minus 1.72 kilogram CO2 equivalent per kilogram of char. It's negative, means it's relieving the climate. Now, I would like to end here, and before I hand over to Professor Tambura, let me thank the Meru University of Science and Technology. These are students that you can see in the background that are conducting their studies at the Institute for Concrete under Professor Miti Marangu. And I'm so grateful that we have that opportunity, because what will come out in the next presentation from Professor Tambura, that it's going to be a real potential for Kenyan farmers, and for that I'm really grateful. So thank you very much, and over to you, Asante Sana, and I'm ending here my presentation.
Professor Tambura, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tumo, and how my slides are with me here. Can I share? You have given me the rights to sharing?
Yes. Share from the bottom of the screen.
Yes. Okay. Is it coming to an end?
Not yet.
Share from my side.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So, thank you, Thomas, for introducing this presentation. We have entitled Effect of Biochar and the Old Vinegar on Maize Growth and the Carbon Sequestration in Circular Bioeconomy Framework. So this research we are presenting with Thomas, but we have other research assistants who are with us. Winnie, Tabitha, Abigail, and Vincent. So the issue of global warming is real, and so much carbon is being emitted to the atmosphere, and this is resulting to climate change, which is a concern for the agriculturists. And agriculturists want to make a mitigation action so that we can reduce the amount of carbon dioxide emitted to the atmosphere. And the interpretation is what Thomas has just stated ahead, production of biochar through biomass pyrolysis, and lignous acid, which is woody vinegar, that is also a farmer who Thomas was working with in the ICC project, investigated in their farms, and they were helping them to produce more. So the problem is that the climate change is an issue. There is population which needs to be and they contract the issues of diseases and issues also of soils which are getting depleted of nutrients, of different rates of maize or biochar on maize growth. We chose maize crop because it's one of the crops that contribute to security in Kenya. Then there is hunger. So we investigated whether it is influencing these growth parameters of that woody vinegar, on also the growth and assessment of the interaction of the two on maize, and also to assess the biochar and woody vinegar in the circular bioeconomy practices. Now, the methodology, we extracted the vinegar using vinegar and the biochar using the kiln. When we went to the field, we did a randomized complete block design with a strip plot arrangement where we had 9 plots and a control treatments, the nine of them, with B1 being 500 grams per meter square of biochar, B2 being 500 B2 being 1 kilogram of biochar per meter square, and the B3 being 2 kilogram of biochar, was 1 to 100 dilution of vinegar. W2 was 1 to 200 dilution, and W3 was 1 to 3 dilution. So when biochar was added at planting, but woody vinegar was treating the plants after. 3 weeks to see the effect of that treatment. This is the process of biochar making, and also how we were preparing it for planting. And the results of the soils, we established the nutrient content of the soil, decided not to do any nutritional addition to the soils. So we planted our crop in the soil as it is, and of course we are under control because most of the parameters were more, nothing. We already added biochar and also sprayed woody vinegar. So we can see here the plants which were not sprayed with woody vinegar, how infected they were, and after treatment, hello?
Proceed, we can hear.
Okay. Is the spray okay? The sharing?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. So we have the plants here which were attacked by the 4 armyworm and aphids. You can see how devastating they are and how farmers experience these 4 armyworm. And when they were treated, the plants recovered within 2 weeks, and they were healthy. And this was an observation we did correct very empirical data here, but the observation we made is that this wood vinegar was potent in repelling those pests that were infecting maize. Now, we did an analysis of the data that we got. We used absolute growth rate parameter to ascertain which treatment, which plant performed better than the other according to the treatment. Because we had 4 treatments: we had the plant height, we had the leaf number, we had the stem girth, and also span. So from our results here, we have ranked those treatments, the 9 of them with the control. The first treatment there, which was at 500 grams and W1, this was the most concentrated of the wood vinegar. And you can see some consistency there. The B1W1 is the one which achieved the highest height in terms of per week, millimeter per week. It's the one that achieved more leaves in a week. When you come to stem, B2W2 achieved the stem girth one also was performing well there. And the observation you can make here is that in the tree height, say performing better than the control. The control is where we didn't have any treatment at all. Better. 2 of leaves, 5 out of performed better than the control. In the treatment of the stem girth, 5 out of, when it came to the amounts, we found that out of 9, it was 8 out of 9 performed better than control. This informed us that the treatment had some effect on the plant parameters that we're looking for, because these are the parameters that also influence production. However, we went ahead and did inferential statistics. These numbers, I could spread them in 2 slides because it's quite a lot here, but I did an analysis of that data for parameters that we were testing. We found that the data, sorry, time. Thank you. Statistically, the data was not significant. Is that
Daktari, we are not able to hear you, so you may make your comparison.
So
does anybody hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Joshua, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm making a recommendation that the farmers need to be, because there is out there farmers saying that voucher is adding nutrients in the soil, they need to be made aware that the voucher only affects, modifies the environment in the soil for better production. And also I'm recommending a policy of standardization of voucher and uni vinegar environment and also commercialization. And that further studies can be done on this product that can be a game changer of production of maize crop and other crops here in Africa to ensure that farmers have bigger harvest and have food security. These are the references, and I wish to acknowledge the BC Mary University for supporting us in this project, and also Engineer Thomas from SIH University in Germany, also participating and donating equipment.
Okay, Tambura, Dr. Tambura, you can now end there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You have spent time, because you were two speakers, that was fine, which was more than 10 minutes. So we are going to welcome our next speaker from within us. Following the list, I want to confirm whether we have Obocha here. Okay, not. Rebecca? Rebecca is not present. So we will follow the list downwards. So we go to Peter Njoki. Okay, Peter Njoki is not present. We can go to Wycliffe Oroni. Okay, Wycliffe is not there. So we now go to George Mugai. Okay, Dr. George Mugai will be our next speaker. His presentation is present. And for those who are online, kindly keep on. Don't leave the meeting where you are part of our audience. So we shall welcome Dr. George Mugai to be our next presenter. Karibu sana, Daktari. Karibu Daktari.
Thank you, Doc. Okay, good afternoon or still morning? Good morning. Okay, my name is Dr. George N. Mugai. I'm from this university, School of Pure and Applied Sciences. On behalf of my colleagues, Caroline K. Karani, who is a lecturer here, and Dr. Alex N. Wangeshi from KFIS, I'm going to present the findings of this research, which is titled Arsenic in Groundwater Sources and Skin Cancer Prevalence in Meru County, Kenya. So what is arsenic? Arsenic is a chemical element in the periodic table, and it is a metalloid in that it has both the properties of metal and non-metal. This element is found widely in the earth crust. It is ranked 20th in abundance. It is prevalent or very common in many minerals. About 200 of them are known to contain arsenic. Arsenic ions, the form of arsenite and arsenate, are found in groundwater, where they dissolve from these minerals. What about arsenic toxicity? And actually, this is the heart of this work. Arsenic is extremely toxic to humans. It's a well-known carcinogen, mutagen, and teratogen. I'll not expound much about these terminologies. We can find out more their meaning. But in the process, I'm going to focus more on the carcinogenicity of arsenic. According to International Agency for Research on Cancer, arsenic is classified as group 1, carcinogen to humans. WHO has set 10 microgram per liter as the permissible limit for arsenic in drinking water. That's a very low quantity, so because of its high toxicity. And the natural arsenic from minerals is the major source of groundwater contamination. Other researchers like Shandy have established that about 230 million people in about 108 countries around the globe are facing health risks as a result of arsenic exposure below groundwater. A research in Mexico in 2020 showed that an alarming number, about 8.81 million people, are likely to suffer cancers in Mexico as a result of arsenic exposure. The health problems associated with arsenic. How does arsenic toxicity manifest itself in our body? Dermal lesions on the skin, and which result to cancers, especially of the skin. You realize that skin cancer is a major health condition associated with arsenic, but it can also cause lung, bladder, prostate, and other forms of cancers. We have other charities like hyperkeratosis, that is the thickening of the palms, the soles, parts of the skin. It can also cause diabetes mellitus, cardiovascular diseases, among others. And you can see a photograph there indicating that condition of keratosis. That is the world map showing how arsenic is distributed in the Earth's crust, mainly on this side of Europe, the Asia, southern Asia there, India, Bangladesh, we have a lot of arsenic. And even in Africa you can see, and in Kenya there, you can see our country, we also have that challenge. So why Meru County? Meru County lies at the equator. It is on the foothills of Mount Kenya, that is Mount Kenya there. And volcanic rocks are very common source of arsenic. So this being a volcanic area, there is high likelihood of having arsenic minerals. And Mungai, myself and others, we have also established arsenic presence in some carbonated mineral springs around 2021, so which has triggered more interest into finding whether we have arsenic in groundwater sources. So how was this research conducted? So Meru County has several sub-counties, and we have that map showing the sampling sites. So we went around trying to locate some of these boreholes, You can see the area is between Mount Kenya and Nyambene. That is where some of these boreholes were traced and analyzed for arsenic. So those are the sampling places. And as summarized there, the cancer, the skin cancer data was collected from main teaching and referral hospital cancer registry. So the first thing was collect the secondary data from the files to correct all the cases for the last 5 years, from 2019 to 2023, to capture the prevalence. So all that data of the patients was documented. Then from there, went to the field, locating these boreholes where they are, and sampling the water for arsenic analysis. Then the samples were analyzed for arsenic levels at KEFIS, Nairobi, using ICP-OES, which is a very sensitive and reliable instrument for analyzing for arsenic at trace levels. So the results for the arsenic levels, 25 boreholes were analyzed, and 4 springs, which are the service springs, were also analyzed. The springs are the ones represented with S there, S1 to S4. Then the boreholes from B5 to B15 all the way to B29, as I had shown in the map. The coordinates are given there in the table. And I already talked about the WHO limits for arsenic. So in the results there, we can see using where we have bold, sample A, sample B, sample C. In each borehole, 3 samples were analyzed. And where we have the bold, like we have the 13.32 there, that is above 10 microgram per liter. Another borehole, B9, is contaminated. Another borehole there, B15, it's also broadened there, 23.79. And continuing with the other boreholes, you can see the ones that are affected. There is B24 there with 85.4, highly contaminated. For the spring, back to the springs, S1 to S4, they were not. They were below negative 2.94. That is below detection limit of this instrument. So below detection limit, LOD there, that was 2.94. The springs were okay. So those are the results for the arsenic analysis. Now from the cancer registry, between 2019 to 2023, 5-year period, this is how skin cancer appeared vis-a-vis the Kenya population census of 2019. So the number of skin cancer cases from South Imenti all the way to Igembe North, they are given there. And then when you calculate the prevalence, that is over the population, you convert that number of skin cancer cases compared to the total population, you get what we call the 5-year prevalence. So overall down there, the whole county had a prevalence of 5 cases per 100,000 persons. So that is the data for the skin cancer. So from these findings, what can we conclude? Of course, I'm trying to summarize. There are very many things because this is a short duration. So what can we summarize? Now the results showed that the springs are safe. Then out of the 25 sampled boreholes, a third of them were above 10 microgram per liter. So a third, that is 8 out of 25. The Bole sub-county and majority of contaminated boreholes, and the highest number of skin cancer cases were reported in that area. Another conclusion was that Meru County has a high potential of arsenic-induced skin cancers compared to the whole nation. The prevalence for the nation is 1.3. So Meru is almost 5 times above the national prevalence. The recommendation is that a multidisciplinary epidemiological study should be conducted to see whether there is a relationship. Are these cancer cases due to arsenic exposure? That is the next level of our study. Yes, we have the high prevalence of skin cancers. We have some boreholes which are contaminated with arsenic. So we recommend now to carry out an epidemiology. And this is in form of a case study where those patients are followed. Have they suffered any exposure to arsenic from the water that they are using? Acknowledgement. This research was funded by MUST, the 9th call, to a tune of around 500,000. MIREC gave the ethical review, COSTIC issued the license. County government also supported this research, and the other team, and also has also done the conference organizers for this opportunity. Thank you.
Give him another clap. A perfect presentation, perfect timing. And now I think we are now going into nice motion. I think it's a nice time now to welcome any burning questions that you may have from the previous presenters. 1 or 2 questions you can ask randomly. I will be able to identify the question to the right presenter and proceed. So let us welcome a few questions. Including those who are online, I'm sure they can hear us. Okay, so let's get the first question from Dr. Professor Wamalwa. Have this one, take this one.
Thank you so much. Maybe I start with the last speaker. Thank you so much for that elaborate presentation. Now, my question was, you studied boreholes in the springs, and you found the springs were safer than the boreholes in general. What reason do you have to account for that? That's one. And number 2, we also have waters around that we use, like these ones of Mewa. I don't know the exact source, but I believe this could be river waters. Did you have any research to do that, so that we know if we are safer with the kind of water we are using for laundry and for even consumption ourselves, and when we are bathing? So there is from the rivers, there is that water that we buy from the company. We don't know if the processing eliminates this or these carcinogens. Then there was this guy that was presenting on coffee husks. It is used in cement. I don't know, but to the best of my knowledge, coffee husks in themselves are rich in organic materials and the sugars. I don't know how effective these ones are going to be, or how it's taking care of those kind of properties or the contents they have, so that they can be very suitable for use in cement making. Those are my questions.
Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair, and presenters. The presentation was mechanistic and empirical for all of them. I think I have a question for almost every presenter. Let me start with whereby we were using the first, not the first, I think there's the use of matomoko from the RICTU. Yes, left. Anyway, let me put, he's not here. Can I put it across and he's not here? Okay. Yeah, I would like to know the difference between phenols and polyphenols, because he stated that all phenols are carcinogens, yet we know tea, specifically green tea, has a high levels of polyphenols. I don't know if polyphenols are synonymous to phenols, but we know these polyphenols in tea, e.g. catechins, epicatechin, flavonoids, are very good antioxidants. They arrest the free radicals in our systems and eliminate possibilities of the cancer he was talking about. So I would have wished to know that. And why did he resolve to use the fruit that he used? Why not any other fruits? Those are two questions for him. And then for Dr. Tambora and Thomas, I wanted to know, is there any crop that benefits mostly from biochar, or it's all crops that benefit from biochar? Secondly, I would have wished to know whether there is any effect on interaction with the soil microorganisms, whether biochar has a negative or positive impact on soil microorganisms. Lastly, for my friend and colleague, Dr. Mwaigai, I have a couple of questions. Maybe I'll ask the most important one. Now, Daktari, after you realize these boreholes, especially from Bori, have high arsenic levels, what step are you taking further? Secondly, when we drill underground water, is there no analysis of potability of this water? Because if people are taking that water, it's high in arsenic, does it mean that there were no tests done? Do we have a MRL for arsenic? That is minimum residual level for arsenic. Secondly, I was to ask whether there is a difference between the underground water, or the drilled one, and the spring one. But I think Professor Amalo has brought that out, that there's a difference between drilled water and the springs that we have. And again, the question he has asked was also my question, whether there is a difference in the two. Now, you talked about the skin cancer and arsenic, and again you've tied arsenic to underground water. Doctor, would you outrightly say that this cancer was caused by the drinking or the use of this water? Because skin cancer can come from a wide array of causal agents: the sunlight, the soaps, the foods, so many things. So how did you articulately associate the water with the cancer? Maybe the last one? Yeah, you are right, Daktari, that cancer in Meru is... Cancer in Meru is really the elephant in the room, and at least now we start knowing of having pointers of why we have the higher cases of cancer. Especially now I know that arsenic is also very prevalent in Meru. So those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Prof. That was Professor Mariga. Those are a handful of questions. I don't know whether we have more. Let me attempt to go online to Thomas and Tambura. Kindly, any of you who is ready, you can answer the questions that have been asked on your side.
Yes. But
Just
unfortunately,
take a short time.
I only hear the question, but I don't understand the question. Your voice is audible, very clear, audible, but the one of the gentleman who was asking the question didn't come through. Would you mind changing the microphone? Is that possible?
Dr. Manuel,
It's me. Can you hear me, Thomas?
Very hard to understand. Please change the mic.
Come in front. Or even, you can use the mic.
Where is the laptop being used?
Yes, Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, I have two questions, and question number one was to ascertain whether there is a crop which really benefits from biochar, or it's any other crop. Secondly, I would have wished to know whether there is any negative or positive effect that biochar has on soil microorganisms. Those two questions.
Okay, very good. I'm not sure, it seems like Dr. Tambora is unreachable. He would be, of course, way better. No, I think he's...
I am.
Okay, good. Joshua, please allow me to make two comments on that. Very good question.
Okay.
One is that, let me start with the second one. If you put dry biochar into the soil, then there is a negative effect in that it attracts the water. So what I would recommend is to prime the biochar. What does prime mean? Prime means that you either mix it with manure, that means with the feces, or even with the urea, especially of animals. Like if you have the manure from cows, from pigs, from chicken, I think this would be way better. And if it would be a little bit of moisture in there, that it doesn't drain, and especially in a drought condition like you had last year, it would be better. The other thing is, I think Dr. Tambora, he will take over now very soon, but what I heard from other researchers, which are not as, can I say, sophisticated as Dr. Tambora's research, I understand that various crops were tried with biochar, and they seem all to benefit from it. I even give you the combination of biochar plus fertilizer. But of course, biochar is relatively cheap. If you compare that with purchasing fertilizer, it might not always be needed for the farmers, so it can save money. At least this is the observation we did in, researching the effect on the 35 farmers. We had the impression they save a lot of money. But maybe, Joshua, maybe you can support that argument a little bit.
Thank you, Thomas. I will support what you have just said. First, Professor Mariga, thank you for the questions. Are they crop, is biochar crop specific? The answer is no. It is cut across all crops. You can plant vegetables, you can plant trees, you can plant food crops. All crops can benefit, of course, with the right treatment and also with a mixture of other ingredients. And as I said earlier, is that what biochar does is that it modifies the soil environment. It makes the soil increase in CEC, that is, it is able to take more water and become more, water becomes, infiltrates more in the soil, and then the reaction with the plants becomes more. It makes the root zone of the plants very well for them to thrive. So, and that's why microorganisms also thrive when you apply the biochar. So biochar facilitates and enables microorganisms, the fungi and also the bacteria, because it creates more environmental friendly environment for them to thrive. I think that's what I can say. There is that encouragement, including pests that are important to soil production and also to crop production. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess you have responded satisfactorily. We will go to online again to Nesbit on coffee husks. Dr. Malwa asked a question on that, Dr. Kamara, sorry, and also you have to give us the difference between phenols and polyphenols and which ones are more important and which ones are carcinogenic. So is Nesbit present?
Yes, Dr. I'm present.
2 minutes.
Okay. I think for phenols and for polyphenols, I'm not the one to answer on that, if I'm right. Also on, okay, if I got the question right, was about the sugars in coffee husk. Okay, it's right. There's a high sugars, there's a high concentration of sugars in coffee husk. That is also an admixture. But during the extraction of lignosulfonate, there's usage of acid of low pH. When you are isolating lignins from biomass, that is from the cellulose and hemicellulose, you use high alkaline. That's when you isolate lignin from other biomass. Then during the sulfonation process, you use When now you want to precipitate the lignins from the solution, you use high acidity. It is insoluble. It is soluble in alkaline solution and insoluble in acidic solution. So you acidify the solution to extract out the lignins from the solution. That's process where now the sugars, I presume the sugars broke down during the acidification because sulfuric acid decomposes sugars. But you are right. Also, I think during my PhD, I presume that's an area that I'll also investigate. And there's a potential also extracting sugars from coffee husk for use in admixtures also. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope I answered the question.
You have answered the question. So,
okay, thank you.
So thank you so much. It's James. James is going to tell us some insights on phenols and biophenols. James Lerito, are you present? He's not present. So we go to Dr. Mugai. He has several questions after that. Let us also generate questions for the other individuals who are here, very ready and waiting for their part.
Okay, thank you for those questions that have been asked. Of course, I normally expect questions because this is a very contentious topic. After conducting this research and concluding it last year, we published, and actually, according to the title, that is arsenic in groundwater sources and the prevalence of skin cancer. You can Google, get the whole paper. After that, in January 12, the paper was published last year, September. January 12 of this year, I had a forum with the Meru County government to disseminate these findings. So that is one. According to Professor Marila, that is one of the measures we have taken. The other thing is that out there in the field, we also carried a questionnaire as a tool to collect more data. And it emerged that very few people, once they drill their boreholes, they don't conduct arsenic test. Actually, out of the 25 boreholes, only 2 and some results from the laboratory. And those results do not have tests for arsenic. So there is a challenge there. And as I have said, arsenic is a global phenomenon. So we are facing that challenge of containing arsenic because it comes naturally from rocks. And the more you drill boreholes as an alternative source of water, we are endangering ourselves all the more. So as I said, another measure is, and this is what we have now, we are going to do, as you asked, Prof. How do we associate whether this cancer is due to arsenic and the arsenic or other sources, or the other causes? Our research did not establish that. What we have established so far is we have arsenic in some boreholes, and we have high cases of cancer. As I say in the conclusion, we are planning for an epidemiology study. You can only conduct two types of epidemiology, either a cohort study or a case and control. So we will follow up these patients and assess whether they have been exposed to arsenic. That way we will be able to conclude that the high arsenic in the boreholes is leading to skin cancer. So that was not conclusive. I hope I've addressed that. You also asked about the limit. The limit for arsenic is 10 microgram per liter. I have stated that. So we have 80 boreholes which we are contaminated out of 25. Majority of them from boring. And you find that arsenic is a big problem, especially in flat areas, low-lying flat areas, because there groundwater does not flow easily. It remains for a while, and it accumulates a lot of arsenic with the time. We call that resident time. So that's why you would expect geologically low-lying grounds to have more arsenic. Then Prof. Omarwa, you talk about how certain are we, the mewers. As I said, the water from boreholes, which is extracted from rocks, is more likely to contain arsenic. But when we tap water from where the water source from springs, that one is safer, as seen from the findings. So I don't think there is a high risk. We're taking this water, surface water is okay, or rainwater is a bit safer. We also have all those recommendations. So which are the short-term measures that can be taken? If your borehole is contaminated, the immediate alternative is to look for an alternative source of water, drinking water. That is the short term. The other one, we can treat it, but that is not very safe also, because you cannot eliminate all the arsenic. So in the multidisciplinary study that we are going to do, it will also involve geology. We want to map out these areas which are likely to have arsenic rocks. So there will be geologists, public health, chemists.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of approach. Thank you.
I guess I've checked my notes and saying that you have responded to all the questions. So the question that you just answered last was on steps to mitigate. So I guess steps to mitigate that, you have proposed a few of those. So at this point, we give another chance to another round of questions and comments. But if you don't have any of them at the moment, I would like to inform Dr. Rebecca Ebere to be ready. Please, you can load your slides. We have another online presenter. Meanwhile, should we have other questions, you are free to ask. So, Rebecca, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, but I'm not the one presenting. I have my co-author, Victor Mwenda, and he's the one who will be presenting. Thank you.
So, Victor Mwenda, how are you? Victor Mwenda.
Hello?
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you proceed. You are very clear. 10 minutes only.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let me share the script with you immediately. Okay. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, you can see.
Okay, so my name is Victor Mwenda. I'm a third-year student from Pwani University, and today I'll be presenting dietary diversity, food access, and maize dependence among the rural households in Tigania, West Kenya. So on the background, food security, poor dietary quality, and limited food access remain a major challenges among the rural households dependent on smallholder agriculture. The dietary diversity is widely recognized as an indicator of diet quality and a proxy measure of household food security and food access. The heavy reliance on maize as the principal staple increases vulnerability to climate variability, market shocks, and food access constraints. The climate-resilient crops such as cassava, millet, and sorghum offer opportunities to improve dietary diversity, food access, nutrition, and household resilience within the region. However, evidence on the dietary diversity, food access, maize dependence, and opportunities for the diversification among the rural households in Tigania West remains limited, necessitating to further investigations. The problem statement: there was a heavy reliance on maize as a staple principle, which may increase the household vulnerability to climate variability and food security shocks. Most households rely heavily on maize for food, so if maize production fails due to drought or other challenges, families may face food shortages because they don't have enough alternative staple foods. And although climate-resilient crops such as millet and sorghum offer nutritional and resilience benefits, their utilization remains limited. Evidence on household dietary diversity, food access constraints, maize dependence, and opportunities for staple diversification in Tigania West Sub-County is limited. And therefore, in understanding these interactions, it is essential for informing nutrition-sensitive and climate-resilient food systems interventions. The study objectives: the general objective was to assess dietary diversity, food access, and maize dependence among the rural households in Tigania, West Kenya. And specifically, the study was aimed to assess the household dietary diversity, evaluate household food access, examine maize dependence and staple food consumption patterns, and explore barriers and opportunities for alternative staple utilization. The methods employed in this study: number one, study area was in Tigania West, Sub-County, Meru County. A total of 149 rural households participated in the study, with female household members serving as the respondents. The quantitative data were collected using household surveys and 24-hour dietary records to determine household dietary diversity scores, and on the qualitative information was obtained through 4 focus group discussions and 12 key informant interviews. Quantitative data were analyzed using SPSS version 20, and on ethics approval, MOSTIC International Research Review Committee informed consent was obtained. The results were 149 rural households in Tigania, West Kenya, and the quantitative findings and qualitative insights. Household characteristics, we can see that the household profile, we can see that there was a total of 79% with household size up to 4 to 9 members, who are all female respondents, and farm size for all of them were up to 3 or less acres, which were constituted up to 92% of them. And on the livelihood characteristics, farming was farming households constituted up to 92.6%, with the main income being farming, which was 69.1%, and the total earning for overall general was up to 10,000 Kenyan shillings or less, which constituted up to 86.6%, and a number of them who were 60.4% were unemployed. Therefore, the households were economically vulnerable and largely dependent on smallholder agriculture. The household dietary diversity and food access constraints, we can see that regarding the household dietary diversity, we have 53% of households achieved acceptable dietary diversity, while 38.3% had moderate dietary diversity and only 8.7% had low dietary diversity. Therefore, this finding suggested that most households consumed foods from a variety of food groups and therefore had relatively acceptable dietary quality. The food access constraints on to the right side with the bar graph over there, we can see that about 75.8% of households reported borrowing money to buy food, making it the most common coping strategy, followed by inadequate harvest with 66.4% and reduced food quantity with 55.7%. And therefore many households achieve acceptable dietary diversity despite experiencing food access challenges within the area. The staple food consumption, we can see that on the part A, the main staple food was the finding showed that githeri was the most commonly consumed staple food, which was reported by 55.7% of households. This was followed by ugali with 38.9%, while only 4.7% of households consumed rice. This finding therefore indicated that traditional maize-based foods dominate household diets. And on part B, for the raw materials for ugali, regarding the preparation of ugali, an overwhelming majority, which was 99.3% of households used maize flour, while only 0.7% used millet flour. This demonstrated a very high dependence on maize as the primary staple grain. And on the alternative staple utilization part C, we can see that although 29.5% of households are already consuming alternative staples, 96.6% expressed willingness to adopt to them. This suggested that despite the current low utilization, there is significant potential for dietary diversification. And in total summary, the households exhibited a strong maize dependence, but willingness to adopt to alternative staples was very, very high. The quantitative findings, barriers and opportunities for diversification on part A. The barriers to alternative staple utilization, we can see that several barriers to the utilization of alternative staples were identified. First, households reported limited access to millet flour in local market, and secondly, the millers were often reluctant to process millet due to low demand and processing challenges. And in addition to that, there was low awareness among the community members regarding the nutritional and health benefits of alternative staples. And finally, the long-standing dependence on maize as the principal staple food limited the adoption of other grains. And on the opportunities for the diversification, despite the challenges, important opportunities were identified. Most households showed a very high willingness to adopt alternative staples. Crops such as millet and sorghum were also recognized as climate resilient, making them suitable under changing environmental conditions. The discussion, we can see that low incomes and dependence on smallholder agriculture are consistent with previous studies linking poverty with food insecurity. And although dietary diversity is widely used as a proxy for food security, acceptable dietary diversity coexisted with food access challenges, contrasting with studies reporting positive associations between dietary diversity and food security. And therefore, dietary diversity should therefore be interpreted alongside food access and coping indicators. The maize dependence and opportunities for diversification, we can see that there was strong reliance on maize supports previous evidence identifying maize as the dominant staple in Kenyan food systems. And despite low utilization of cassava, millet, and sorghum, the households showed high willingness to adopt to alternative staples, contrasting with studies that identified consumer preferences and cultural resistance as major barriers to indigenous food consumption. And on the barriers to the diversification in Tigania West, it was largely structural, including limited access to millet flour, processing challenges, and low awareness rather than unwillingness to change. Therefore, strengthening value chains and promoting climate resilient crops may enhance dietary diversification and household resilience. The conclusions: many households achieved acceptable dietary diversity, but food access challenges persisted. Households depended highly on maize with limited utilization of alternative staples, and there was also limited access, processing constraints, and low awareness, which hindered the alternative staple utilization. And there was also high willingness to adopt alternative staples, which presents an opportunities for dietary diversification and climate resilience. The economic vulnerability and maize dependence underscore the need for diversified and resilient food systems, and therefore promoting climate resilient crops and strengthening local food systems may enhance household resilience and food security in rural Kenya. So the recommendations on the county government is to promote climate resilient crop diversification through strengthening extension services, millers and SMEs, to improve processing services and product availability and market access for alternative staples. For the public health and nutrition programs is to enhance awareness and nutrition education and the nutritional and resilience benefits of alternative staples. And for the research and academic institutions to evaluate the strategies, enhance adoption of alternative staples, and therefore, finally, for the policymakers and development partners to support integrated food, nutrition, and climate resilient initiatives. We acknowledge others gratefully. First of all, we want to acknowledge the research assistants for their support through the study. Secondly, households of Tigania West Sub-County for their participation, and key informants for their valuable contributions. Finally, Meru University of Science and Technology for institutional and financial support. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Questions and discussions, please feel free to ask them.
Thank you so much, Brenda.
Yes.
So yeah, you wait for the questions. This thing doesn't work. I don't know whether the is. So thank you.
Thank you, Brenda and Dr. Rebecca, for the good presentation. I want to give the last chance to Brian Mwenda. When the rains misbehave, Brian Mwenda, if not present, we go to Faith. So Faith, welcome. You will present here physically. After that, either we go for lunch and then come back, or we can still invite the online presenters. We have still many online presenters, about 3 more. And I like the morning, the session before lunch. I'm not sure whether some people will come after lunch. Of course, I know the ones who are here will be here. But I think to give a fair chance, maybe we need to have as many presenters as possible before lunch. So this chance is given to Faith Karuma. And you're welcome. You will spend 10 minutes. After that, we will ask Humphrey Murray and his friends to present online.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Faith Karuma. I'm a PhD student in chemistry, and the work I'm presenting today is a part of my research that has not been fully concluded, but this is a part of it. So I am presenting on assessment of concrete curing practices and also evaluation of self-curing materials in Kenya. So if you look at this graph, this is an audit that was conducted by the National Building Inspectorate for a period of 10 years between 2014 and 2024. And according to this data, the inspection was done on 20,649 buildings, and out of these buildings, the data shows that 61.1% these buildings were declared unsafe and dangerous, and only 38.9% were declared safe. So these are the numbers for the audit. Out of this audit, we can have a look at the implications, whereby 86 buildings collapsed. And out of these collapsed buildings, over 200 people died, and approximately 2.4 billion Kenya shillings were lost. So from this audit, we can say that structural safety is a big concern in the country. And also, according to this research, one building in every 5 that were inspected, they require urgent attention. And also, we can conclude that significant economic losses and also lives are at stake because of the unsafe and dangerous buildings. One of the reasons why these buildings are not safe is because of curing of concrete. So I want us to understand what concrete curing is. So basically, when cement, which is a binder, is reacted with water, we form a gel, a binding gel that we call calcium silicate hydrate plus calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide is important for maintaining high pH, which ensures that the cement or the reactions are stabilized. Of course, we have other minor byproducts like antihydrates and many other hydrates like monohydrates. So when the reaction takes place, we have a hardened concrete, and this hardened concrete is the one that contributes strength and durability. So what are the advantages of properly cured concrete? You have strength, durability, and also the cracks are reduced. And the opposite is true for inadequate curing. We have porosity and permeability. And I want us to understand that once concrete is porous and is permeable, it can attract ions like sulfates and chlorides, which cause chemical attack, and the strength is reduced. We have damage reinforcement like steel. So once the gel has not been sufficiently formed, the reinforcements are usually attacked. Spiraling, cracking are also disadvantages, and service life, which makes the repairs to be very frequent. In Kenya, we have challenges that constrain curing, and one of them is water shortage. We have high construction costs. We have also limited technical expertise, where the number of days for curing differ depending on the expertise of an individual. We also have harsh weather conditions and low adoption of self-curing technology, which may be an antidote for the problems that we are facing in the country, especially with the water shortage. So when if you look at this, the impact of the practical impacts of these challenges in the country is that we have reduced strength in our construction or in our buildings. We also have increased permeability. I've already explained this. We have cracking and shrinkage, which may lead to long-term instability, and due to this, our structures may have a shorter lifespan. So these are the methods of curing in Kenya, or these are the regular curing practices or methods. We have sprinkling and spraying of water. This is the commonest in the country. We also have podding, not so much done in Kenya, but it is still done. We have wet coverings. We have, these are burlaps and hyacinths. We have plastic and polyethylene sheets covering, these are steel coverings. And we have, where water is sufficient, we can do continuous spraying. I also want us to look at what I'm calling self-curing technology. And I say that this is not new. It was first researched in 1950s. And today, it is applied in construction to overcome external curing limitations. And in this one, I want to say that these materials or this technology is where, when you apply water in concrete, the concrete retains that water, or the materials that are used in self-curing, they will absorb the water, and this water will be released slowly for concrete, so that it can cure on long-term basis. So this practice is usually very effective because once you apply sufficient water, the concrete is left to cure itself for a long time. These are self-curing materials that are used in concrete. You can have lightweight aggregates, and this one, like I've said, they absorb and release water. We can have super absorbent polymers. They hold water, like I've said, like sponge. So they hold water and they will supply it to the cement pores, or they will supply it to the cement pores gradually and for a long time. And we have shrinkage, reducing, and mixtures. These ones, they are meant to reduce cracking. So the main objective of this study was to assess concrete curing practices and evaluate awareness and adoption of self-curing materials in the country, in Kenya. The specific objectives, number one, was to identify the commonly used concrete curing method in Kenya construction projects. Number two, we were investigating the challenges affecting effective concrete curing in Kenya. And also we are assessing the level of, this is a mistake, the level of awareness. They should rate the level of awareness and knowledge of self-curing concrete materials among construction professionals to determine and to examine the extent of use of self-curing materials in construction projects, and finally to determine the level of acceptance and trust in self-curing materials within the Kenyan construction industry. The methodology involved a descriptive cross-sectional survey design. So it was a survey, and the primary data was obtained from structure questionnaires. The target population are listed here, mainly the ones that take part in construction in Kenya. The sample size was 120 respondents from 30 counties, and the data was analyzed descriptively by Excel or using Excel. These are the results, and we can see the responses by role. So these are the people that gave us the responses. And the curing methods, as you can see, majority in this country, or we usually use water, sprinkling, or spraying. So that is our main curing method. A percentage also uses, we cover with burlaps and hyacinths, and also a small percentage of 5.3, it uses flooding, especially where the water is sufficient. And in this survey, they reported constraints that make them not to do proper curing, and a good percentage, that is 77.8, reported lack of supply of water, And next, it was followed by lack of workers, work schedule pressures, followed closely also, and we have cost of materials. So as you can look at, when you look at this data, we can conclude that as a country we rely on water for curing, which is a main challenge. So the question is if we can sustain proper curing if water is the main method. And also we can also say that if water is the main method of curing and it's also a challenge, then we need to get to other methods that are not challenging in the country. The other set of results was from self-curing materials, and we were looking at the awareness of self-curing materials, and a good percentage, 52.6%, they are somewhat aware, and followed by that 1.6%, they are very aware. These ones, they know about self-curing materials, and 15.8%, they are not aware that they exist. So if the awareness is there, how about the extent of use? So we say, according to the data that we got, 84.2%, they do not use them at all, while 15.8% they use them. So how about acceptance and trust, whether they accept them or trust them? And 66.7% they reported that these materials and this technology is acceptable, and 22.2% they reported. So the first percentage, the biggest percentage indicated that it was somewhat acceptable, and 22.2% indicated that it was very acceptable, and some were not sure. Others say that this technology is not acceptable. So from this data, from the second batch or the second group of data, we realized that self-curing materials are known in the country by quite a number of people. Then, so in our conclusion, we concluded that traditional curing materials dominate, and now we give a recommendation that if it is a main curing method, then we should promote training so that people may cure the concrete properly. Another conclusion was that improper curing contributes significantly to concrete cracking and reduces durability. So we encourage adoption of self-curing materials so that we reduce the reliance on water. Awareness of concrete self-curing materials is moderate, so we recommend the supply chains to be improved so that these compounds can be made available. Also, we concluded that there is a lack of technical expertise as a barrier to innovation, and this we can promote alternative methods to water-based curing. And finally, we concluded that Kenya's construction sector remains vulnerable due to dependence on water curing, and this one we recommend that we strengthen policy and standards to enforce proper curing practices. Thank you, and I want to acknowledge the people that I worked with, Dr. Julius Ratumo, Dr. Mweti Marango, and my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faith. Good applause for a nice presentation. She's our PhD student, an expert in cement chemistry. Now we will listen to one online presentation. If the notice for lunch comes, we will stop there and then we come back later. I guess now the previous two presenters who have done their presentation, you are recording the question. So we get the next and then we will pause at that point if we have been called for lunch. So Humphrey Odhiambo, welcome to the presentation. Can you load your presentation, please?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Okay, can you play them so that you begin? Okay, you have 10 minutes maximum.
Can you hear me and see my screen moving?
Yes, you are good to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Obiambo Humphrey Murray. I'm a graduate assistant at the Institute of Cement and Concrete. Today I'm going to present to you a study we conducted here, which is the assessment of factors influencing the selection and adoption of fiber-reinforced concrete in the Kenyan construction industry. Thank you very much for your time. As we all know, concrete is a very versatile material, and it is the second most used material in the world after water. This means that it is a very important commodity, and we are always looking to improve its use and its application in everything that we do. However, like any other thing, it does have some drawbacks, and especially when used in sub-Saharan continent where we experience a lot of heat fluctuation, it has been known to crack and form microcracks, especially when the temperature variation and a lot of water is used. So in a bid to combat this, a lot of technologies have been applied and used to try and mitigate this cracking that occurs in concrete. And one of the most notable technologies that has been developed is the use of fiber reinforcement in concrete. What does this mean? This just means that fibers from different materials are shredded and crushed and introduced in the matrix of the concrete so as to mitigate this cracking that usually happens. Fiber reinforcement is very promising and has been applied in a lot of situations. However, there is still room for improvement. Data has shown that only 3.7% of the total concrete used in the world is fiber reinforced. So you see, there's a lot of room for improvement when it comes to this. Fiber has been shown to have a lot of benefits, and on top of at the top of that list is the improvement of crack resistance, improvement of toughness, and the improvement of durability, and a general improvement of impact resistance. So this is a technology that we should be looking to apply in our endeavors. So what are we doing? We know about fiber reinforcement, but there is very limited data when it comes to documenting its use, especially in Kenya. How many people are using reinforcement? How many people are aware of the technology? Again, there is very limited data in understanding the selection criteria that goes into place when you're deciding if to use fiber reinforcement and what type of fiber reinforcement to use. There are a lot of materials that have been studied and used in creating these fibers that we add onto concrete, including steel, polypropylene, glass, basalt, natural fibers, which is a whole list in itself. We have coconut fibers, we have water hyacinth, jute, sisal, all of these, and other synthetic fibers. So all these data that could be very important in the decision-making process are limited and lacking, and therefore the study seeks to understand what goes into selecting fiber reinforcement. So the objective of the study was to assess the factors influencing the selection and adoption of fiber reinforced concrete in the Kenyan construction industry. And we had 5 specific objectives. One was just to gauge the awareness and adoption among the stakeholders, how many people are aware of the fiber reinforcement and how many people are adopting them in their projects. Number 2, we wanted to identify the most commonly used fibers and its application. Number 3, the study wanted to assess the criteria influencing the fiber choices. Number 4, the study wanted to see what is the general perception of the public and its stakeholders on the use of fibers. And then finally, the study wanted to find out the barriers and opportunities, identify the factors affecting the wider adoption. Why is the adoption as it is now? What are the limitations standing in its way, and what are the opportunities that exist in adopting this particular technology in Kenya? The study used a cross-sectional survey, Google Forms. We created a questionnaire that we spread using the internet. It had 5 research questions that were administered by the people who got the link. We managed to get 29 respondents. Most of them were civil and structural engineers, project managers, material engineers, and consultants, while the rest, we got 1 or 2 architects. After receiving the data, we managed to clean it and analyze it and make it presentable, and then draw conclusions. So what were the questions? What was it that the study was actually looking for? Number 1, what is the level of awareness and adoption of the fiber-reinforced concrete amongst construction professionals, as we mentioned? Number 2, what fibers are most commonly used and in what applications are they employed? Number 3, what specific factors influence the selection of fiber types for concrete applications? Number 4, how do industry stakeholders perceive the performance and effectiveness of fiber-reinforced concrete? And then finally, what are the key barriers and opportunities influencing the wider adoption of fiber-reinforced concrete in Kenya? We shall go through each of these questions as we discuss what the study showed. Number 1, what is the level of awareness and adoption of fiber-reinforced concrete among construction professionals in Kenya? The study found something really interesting, that the awareness is very high, but the adoption remains low. What does it mean? Amongst the respondents, 75%, approximately 76% of all the respondents were aware of fiber-reinforced concrete. They knew what it was, but only 20.7% have any practical experience or have used it in any of their projects. So we see that most of the people that responded know about fiber reinforcement but have not used the material in their projects. Number 2, which fibers are most commonly used and in what applications are they employed? The respondents found that the steel and the glass fibers are the most dominant fibers used in the market, and followed closely by propylene and the natural fibers. And then lastly, we had macro synthetic fibers, and then we had basalt as the last one. The main application area, most of the projects were using fiber-reinforced concrete in residential buildings and in precast elements, followed by roads at 14.8%, and then industrial floors 11.1%, and the pavements 11.1%. This was very interesting. I think here we decided that in a future study we will be able to dig deeper into why residential buildings and precast are the projects that people are using fiber-reinforced concrete. Is there a correlation that we're not aware of? What specific factors influence the selection of fiber types for concrete applications? This was also very interesting in that we found that it was more a performance issue than the issue of cost. In the rating from the respondents, most people said that when they're considering fiber-reinforced concrete, they're looking at the durability that it will offer, they're looking at the crack control that it will offer, and then they look at the availability. Is it available in the market, and then the initial cost. So this is actually very gratifying to see that most of the professionals and stakeholders were more concerned about the service that it offers more than its cost. This is not to say that they were not worried about the cost. 34.5% of the respondents saw that the cost of the fiber reinforced concrete is approximately the same as the conventional concrete, while 27.6% said that it was slightly more expensive. But positively, 62.1% believe that the performance benefit justifies any additional cost that might be incurred when using fiber reinforced concrete. This was very positive. What is perceived? How do industry stakeholders perceive the performance and effectiveness of fiber reinforced concrete? The perception in the industry is that fiber reinforcement is very positive due to its benefits on durability, increasing crack control, and the impact resistance and the toughness. The fiber reinforced concrete is seen to improve all of these factors, and therefore most of the people see it as a very, very good technology. They also said that they prefer steel, then polypropylene, and then natural fibers. That is that 4.5% for steel, 17.2% for polypropylene fibers, and then natural at 13.8%. This is what they would prefer to use for future projects. And why did they say this? Why did they think that these are the fibers that they could use in the future? Because they think that they will increase the durability more, and also finally we saw people caring about sustainability and bringing it into consideration when they would bring it into consideration in future projects. Finally, what key barriers and opportunities influence the wider adoption of fiber reinforced concrete in Kenya? This was also interesting. We saw that the adoption is constrained more by knowledge and experience and market maturity than by any technical performance. Most of the people agreed that the technical performance of fiber reinforcement is very sound. It offers a lot of benefits and it should be adopted. However, due to limited awareness and due to limited local expertise and high cost and the limited availability, these are just some of the main barriers that were perceived by people that are the reason they are not adopting fiber reinforcement into their projects. 96.6% of the respondents expect that the use of fiber reinforced concrete is going to increase over the next 10 years, which is very promising. So, in conclusion, what did we learn? We learned that there is awareness, that there is confidence in the performance of fiber reinforced concrete. People do recognize these benefits that exist, and there is a general positive future outlook in everything to do with fiber reinforced concrete. However, there is a very limited adoption, and this is where we need to, as a country, as a government, we need to put more emphasis on how can we do that conversion from awareness to adoption. We need to increase the knowledge and implement. We need to reduce the knowledge and implementation gap. How can we do this? How can we do this? We need to do more technical trainings from the respondents. This is what they said. If we can do more technical training, if we can create our own local design guidance, and if we can improve supply networks and also conduct demonstration projects, then this is some technology that can be adopted more and bring the benefits that it promises to our industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Humphreys. That was a good presentation.
And now we have come to the time when we shall go for a break, but we can give an applause to Humphrey for a good presentation that he has done. Okay, I have just been informed that now we have to move and take a break, a lunch break. After that, we'll come back for more presentations. So the presentations remaining include one from Bore. Is Bore here? Oh, you have already done. Sorry, you are there. So you are done, but we have two online. We have one from Brian Moretti, who is going to present online, and another one online from Ayata. Ayata Omondi also wants to present online. So when we come back, we will ask a few questions to the ones who have already presented. After that, we will go now to the ones online as we conclude the presentation. Kindly come back. The queue at the lunch place is not so long, so take your lunch very fast and then you come back here. So is that okay? So the same place where you had tea break is where you go again. Either you are going to ECS 09 or 05 or at the tent. Lunch, oh, lunch is at the cafeteria? Yes. Everybody?
Sorry, Chair, something for us online. When do we come back?
Don't leave, but come back exactly at 2. We will take, yes, we will take 30 minutes for lunch.
And there's also someone on the chat, eh? Thomas is on the chat.
Okay, I will respond after this.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's move. Have a nice lunch and be here at exactly 2 p.m.
Utashika vizuri. Sure.
Yeah,
Nataka tu kufocus.
Weka clip yenye inaweza wakisikia makelele watafikiria tumeanza. Oh. Siweke makelele fulani hapo.
Really invite you to our website. You'll see the many activities. We also have School Research Institute, what I call the ICC, the Institute of Concrete and Cement, and also the SRI, that is the Institute of Sustainable Research Institute. Basically dealing with managing waste. One dealing with the managing organic waste, and another one dealing with the carbon emissions, that is the ICC, how the carbon emission take place, especially from cement, and coming up with the mitigating activities on how to reduce that carbon to the atmosphere. So that's what we have, and I really welcome you to the university.
Tukimaliza we have about 4 more. After that we go to the leaders closing ceremony.
My name is Professor Romanos Obiambo Tieno, the Vice Chancellor of Mary University of Science and Technology. Mary University is one of the 40 public universities in Kenya. We're just 13 years old, but with a rich dream, a dream of being a world-class university of excellence in science and technology and innovation, for impacting human life, for impacting community and touching the human heart.
Give power to read.
We have 8 schools, the School of Education, we have the School of Agriculture and Food Science, we have School of Engineering and Architecture, we have School of Computing and Informatics, we have School of Nursing, we have School of Health Sciences, we have School of Business and Economics, and we have School of Pure and Applied Sciences. All these schools, if you go to our website, I really invite you to our website, you'll see the many activities. We also have 2 research institutes, what I call the ICC, the Institute of Concrete and Cement, and also the SRI, that is the Institute of Sustainable Research Institute, basically dealing with managing waste. One dealing with the managing organic waste, and another one dealing with the carbon emissions, that is the ICC, how the carbon emissions take place, especially from cement, and coming up with the mitigating activities on how to reduce that carbon to the atmosphere. So that's what we have, and I really welcome you to the university.
All right. We will have to continue from where we stopped. Those guys online are there. I hope you are back. Sorry for the delay. Even now, there are a few guys who are yet to arrive. But we will begin with the ones that are already present. And here we have Mary Assunta, who is physically here. We also have Johnston, who was supposed to present on day one, but has arrived now from the University of Chuka. So if we have a slot, we will also be glad to listen to Johnston, but now we want to listen to Mary. After that, we will go for those two guys, Ayata and Muretti, who are online. So welcome, Mary. We have a lot of people in the online, so the audience is sizable. If you would like to replace your position, we can ask the one online to proceed. Would you like that? Yeah, okay? All right, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mary Assunta Gasheri, and I would like to do a presentation on multiple linear regression modeling of photosynthetic thermal response in Artemisia. So, as you noticed, it is something on data science. Of course, I'm from School of Computing and Informatics, but we have done this work with my partners from the Department of Horticulture. There's Tabitha Mwende Mutemi, who is based in Canada, and Professor Lord Abbey, who is joining us online. And we have done this work together. I did the part for the modeling. They provided the data and the expertise on the subjects where we are applying this study. So the plant that we are investigating here is called Artemisia, and this is a plant that is used so much for treating malaria. So what we are trying to investigate, just trying to redo something that was already done, but through physical observation. So I'm bringing in the interdisciplinary part where I'm bringing in data science to be able to integrate the data science knowledge into horticulture. So the study examines Artemisia, a crop that we said is used to treat malaria through what is called artemisinin This is the property ingredient that is present in the plant that is used for making malaria drugs. And this plant is very important since malaria is something that we are still struggling with, especially in some parts of Kenya. So the growth of Artemisia can be affected by climate change, like increasing temperatures. So the plant developed by photosynthesis, which is reduced by high temperatures. So it means that the compound that is used to make the drug reduces once the temperatures are high. So this whole problem provides an opportunity for us to be able to do a statistical modeling for horticulture experiments to study the response to temperatures for better decisions for those people who plant it. So we want to understand and predict the factors that affect the growth of Artemisia. So this study helps to understand how temperatures affect Artemisia, predicts the photosynthesis, and provide recommendations for better cultivating. So the plant was subjected to 3 temperatures as the data set that is provided: 18 degrees, 24, and 30. So we also have an objective to build a multiple linear regression model. And there is a reason for multiple linear because of the size of data set that we received. And also, given that several factors, regression is the change of one property given the change of others. So we want to see what else will affect the growth of Artemisia, which is not only temperature. So this statistical model that uses different plant measures to predict the rate of the photosynthesis. So that objective is to know which factor are the best predictors of the plant performance. So the data that we used for this was obtained from an experimental done in a controlled environment. It was done by Professor Lord Abbey in Canada in his laboratory. So on the experimental design, Artemisia plants that were at the same growth stage were used. So which means that the plants were propagated vegetatively, meaning they were grown from cuttings rather than seedlings. Because when you do cuttings, they grow at the same rate to ensure that they were all similar as possible. So 5 plants of each temperature treatment. So before taking the measurements, the plants were also allowed to adapt to the growth conditions for 7 days. After that, they were divided into 3 groups and exposed to the temperatures, 18 degrees, 24, and 30. So although the growing conditions were kept the same, the plant received the same amount of light. So we made sure that the other properties were constant. So by keeping everything else constant, we ensured that the temperatures was not the only thing that was affecting the plant with photosynthesis, so that you can be able to know what other factors can be able to affect the performance of the plant. So from there we did a model. So photosynthetic rate, which is A, it was the outcome that we predicted, and the factors that were used to predict this were the temperature. There was also the transpiration rate and the carbon dioxide concentration. As you know, carbon dioxide is what the plants take in to be able to do photosynthesis. And also the stomato containers. So from this, the results were seen as follows. This is the photosynthetic rate, peaks at different temperatures. And you can see at 24 degrees, there was more photosynthesis rate as compared to the other temperatures. And this is a model that was predicted, where we see that the photosynthesis rate was affected by temperature. As temperature increased, the photosynthetic rate tends to decrease because the temperature coefficient is negative. So also a higher transpiration rate and stomatocondensans are associated with higher photosynthesis. And you can see that higher internal carbon dioxide concentration is associated with the slight decrease in predicted photosynthesis rate. So overall, we can see that the model accurately predicted the photosynthetic rate of Artemisia and shows that temperature and transpiration, stomatocotyledons, and carbon dioxide are important factors when it comes to determining the performance of the plant. So the key results, we see that the amount of carbon dioxide inside a leaf is very important when we are observing the photosynthesis. This means that it has a great influence on how the plant carries out the photosynthesis. And also temperature is also another thing, because you can see as the temperatures increased, the rate of photosynthesis also decreased. So in summary, carbon dioxide inside a leaf and temperature are the main factors influencing photosynthesis of the Artemisia, and we see that the best performance was when the temperature was optimal at 24 degrees. So we had limitations here. Only 3 levels of temperature were tested, but this we know that with increase of this range, of course the model performed, but we believe that the model would predict better if the data set was expanded with more ranges. So because of this range, we cannot say that certainly 24 degrees was the optimal or the one that Artemisia should be grown with. So with an increase with more temperatures or more data set being expanded, we can be able to find a more optimal temperature that we can recommend given on different regions. So also is a small, another limitation was the size of the data set. It was quite small, only 5 plants of which temperatures were treated. Although the statistical rates tested shown a model is reliable, we believe that with more data, we'll be able to get a better model and also to be able to try other algorithms. So in conclusion, this study shows the combination of plant experiments with data science through statistical modeling is an effective way to predicting photosynthesis and performance of Artemisia, and I believe even in other plants. So our model also explained 92% of the chances in photosynthesis, which means it is able to predict plant performance very well. And then temperatures and the amount of carbon dioxide inside a leaf are the 2 most important. Where we say these are when we do the feature importance, we realize that carbon dioxide and temperature are some of the factors that are very important when it comes to observing the performance of a plant. So for future work, we are testing more temperature levels using more data to validate the model. Then this will help to improve the accuracy and the ability of the model. So with that, thank you. And before I hand over the mic, I'd like to appreciate Professor Lord Harvey, who is joining online, and Tabitha Mwende, who is part of this research. Thank you.
Okay, let us give her a clap. She has been very precise, very good, and of course there will be questions we will ask after this, like what about the atmospheric pressure and humidity and other things. So later those questions will come. Now I turn to online presenters, Humphrey and Muretti. Anyone who is present, could you talk? Humphrey,
yes,
Humphrey, please. Oh, you presented. I'm sorry. It's Ayata. Sorry, it's Ayata.
Yeah.
So Ayata, karibu sana. Tell us where you are and what you are doing, and then you will get your 10 minutes. You can play your slides.
Oh, are my slides visible?
They are visible if you can play them. So take your time, 10 minutes, and have your presentation.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I'm Vincent Kayata. Currently I'm at I'm in Italy at the University of Padua, where I'm doing my research work on hydraulic road binders. So and for my master's, I'm a master's student at the Institute of Cement and Concrete. I'm taking a master's in cement and concrete. So for the work that I did, I'll be sharing with you the results on the work that is on assessing industry readiness for adoption of hydraulic road binders, incorporating supplementary cementitious materials in a road infrastructure. My co-authors are Victor Kiptumutai, Nesbit Kirili, and Dr. Joseph Mwiti Marangu. So I'll start with the introduction, where we find that globally there is an increase in population, and I will narrow down to Kenya, where currently we have a population of about 50 million. This population is expected to increase. An increase in population raises the demand for infrastructure, road infrastructure being one of them. So the graph here is a graph of the kilometers of road that are there in Kenya. That is from the year 2021 to 2025, where the blue graph is for paved road networks. These ones are the tarmac roads, and the pink one, pink or purple, is for the unpaved road networks. These are roads that don't have asphalt concrete. So there was a steep increase in 2024 to 2025 from about 149,000 kilometers of unpaved road networks to around 202, while the road networks that are paved are approximately constant at 25,000 kilometers. So of these road networks, according to the Kenya report of 2024, we find that only 23% of road networks in Kenya are in good quality, and 46% are in fair condition, meaning these roads need minimal maintenance, while 30% of our road networks are in poor condition. But of the total road networks, only 1% of the road networks are actually under construction. So when I talk about roads that are in poor condition, there are roads like the one that is in the first picture, in the top right corner. And for us to improve the quality of these roads, we need to improve the quality of the substructure of these road networks. And this is done by soil stabilization, which is in the second picture. So soil stabilization basically is the improvement of the engineering properties of the roads, more so the subgrade and subbase and the base layers of the road that can be seen in the third picture. So once we improve the quality of these layers of the road, it means that the asphalt concrete can be placed on road that can withstand more load. And this one also increases now the design life of our roads, and this one reduces now the cost that we may need to incur when we are doing maintenance of the road networks. Meaning that now the amount of roads that are poor and are also unfair conditions will reduce. So I'll move into now the specifics of road stabilization. So when we talk about road stabilization, we use different types of stabilizers. The main stabilizer that is used is ordinary Portland cement. The ordinary Portland cement that is used does that element because 95% of ordinary Portland cement is made from clinker. And clinker production is highly energy intensive, and then it has also a negative detrimental effect now on carbon footprint, where we find that for every ton of clinker that is produced, we have about 8 to 9 tons of carbon. And we have alternative binders that are currently under development. We can talk about limestone calcine clay cement that reduces the amount of clinker. Either you can talk about limestone calcine cement, calcine clay cement LC335 or LC350 that reduces this. But then now I'd like now to reduce this even further. When I talk about now hydraulic road binders, and you find that hydraulic road binders, they reduce the clinker content up to about 15% by incorporating supplementary cementitious materials. And now we find that these supplementary cementitious materials, they have benefits in that we have reduced carbon footprint of up to 50%. Cost saving is also improved by reducing the cost by up to 30%. So when I talk about including this supplementary cementitious material, there are some specifics that we look at when we pick supplementary cementitious materials. And this one is well documented in the generic plot that is in the bottom left, right corner of the slides. So we have lime calcium oxide content, we have the silica content, and then we have the alumina content. And for you to work with these supplementary cementitious materials, they must fall now within this ternary floor, where we have natural pozzolans, we have fly ash, we have silica film, and the other supplementary cementitious materials that are listed here. And we find that hydraulic road binders can incorporate this supplementary material up to 80%. And hydraulic road binders, it's not something that is new, because globally there are hydraulic road binders that are currently under production. I've listed a few here. We talk about Terracem, we talk about Stabilin, and the others. So when we come to Kenya, are hydraulic road binders really utilized? So we have a very, very big problem when we talk about the gap that exists. And this gap exists between now the three pillars of adoption of these hydraulic road binders. And the three pillars, we have policy of standards, we have market awareness, and then we have technical data. Technical data is so maybe we have some data on the utilization of these hydraulic road binders within our roads in Kenya. So the key gaps that exist, the status of hydraulic road binders in Kenya is slightly implemented, and then we find that information on production, distribution, and utilization is fragmented, meaning we don't have a central place where we can find this kind of information. And the standards and specifications that we have in Kenya, the problem is that they are highly limited. Meaning you find that when we talk about these supplementary cementitious materials, the materials included are materials that are available in European countries, meaning we don't have locally based supplementary cementitious materials which are incorporated in these standards. And then we don't have field performance data that is specifically done on Kenyan roads and also considering the climatic conditions of Kenya. The justification of the study is that without a baseline of evidence base, we do policy making. Making policies on this hydraulic road binders is a challenge. And then the government agencies like KENHA, PURA, and KERA, they need data to update road design manuals. And then we also need now to unlock the potential of locally available supplementary cementitious material. For instance, what I'm working on my research work for my master's studies. So my objectives, the main one was the general objective, was to assess the current status of hydraulic road binders incorporating SCM, supplementary cementitious materials, in road infrastructure in Kenya, where the first specific objective was to identify users, producers, and distributors of hydraulic road binders across at least 15 counties in Kenya. Second was to examine the relevant standards and regulatory frameworks governing hydraulic road binder production and utilization. And the third was to assess the environmental implications of current hydraulic road binder systems. And the fourth was to document alternative generation technologies that are currently used in road infrastructure, specifically in Kenya. So my methodology, my research design was a quantitative survey, and it was also accompanied by qualitative review of several documents. And my study area, I was targeting at least 15, but I managed to get participation from 20 counties. Sampling was done through questionnaires, and it was purposeful sampling, meaning I targeted specific players in the road industry. For example, road contractors, engineers, and consultants, and also researchers. Data collection was done through questionnaires covering awareness, usage, production, and standards, and then analysis was descriptive, and I use Excel to analyze my data. So when I move to my results, I'll start with the respondent profile. And the organizations that I targeted were road contractor companies, which were about 33 respondents. County governments, I had 20 counties represented. Cement plants, I had about 10 respondents. And then road authorities, I had 10, and then researchers and consultants standing at 27. And then designation, I had designation now with these organizations. From these organizations, I had county engineers, which were about 17 project managers, lab technicians, senior engineers, researchers, operation managers from now the cement plants, and others. On the years of the experience, we find that I had about Those who had less than 5 years of experience were 20. Those who were between 5 to 10 were 30%, and then 40% were between 11 and 20 years of experience, with about 10% being greater than 20 years of experience. The counties that were represented are Nairobi topped with 10.7% of the respondents, Kiambu, Nakuru, and Mombasa 6.7%, Machakos 5.3%, and then the other counties among the 20 made now 8.7%. So I'll move now in results and discussion, and I will move objective by objective. Where in the first objective on production and distribution, we find that in the respondents, 8% of producers, 6% being distributors, and of these producers, the main supplementary cementitious material that they quoted that are available in Kenya, 80%, volcanic tar, natural pozzolans stood at 60%, slag and fly ash stood at 30%. When asked about specific hydraulic road binder product that they have used, they cited Bamburi road sand. But when asked about specific distributor in Kenya, none was listed. But then when we have a producer and there is no distributor, then the producer now takes the task as the distributor. So that's why I have bracketed Bamburi Cement as a possible distributor of hydraulic road binders. On applications associated with hydraulic road binders, I find that about 64% of the respondents associate hydraulic road binders with soil stabilization. Sub-base followed closely at 45, sub-grade stabilization at 35, base stabilization at 33, and pavement recycling standing at about 15%. Awareness and usage, we find that 44% of the respondents are familiar with hydraulic road binders, 29% having used hydraulic road binders before, but only 20% are currently using hydraulic road binders. I'll move to my second objective, talking about now the relevant standards and regulatory frameworks that govern these hydraulic road binders. We find that only 37.3% of the respondents are aware of hydraulic road binder standards. And these standards are standards like the EN 13282, we have the AS American standards, and so forth, with 60% confirming that hydraulic road binders are not well referenced in the Kenyan standards. 53% of the respondents confirm that standards don't support production or utilization of hydraulic road binders, specifically in Kenya. And with the respondents suggesting that policy requirements, best policy requirement is in operation of hydraulic road binders into the road design manual, where this means that the respondents feel like 80% of the respondents feel like these hydraulic road binders need to be incorporated into now the Kenya road design manual so that they can be used in our roads for stabilization. And the third objective now, the environmental implications. Here now I was looking at now the implications of now the cements, the different type of stabilizers, pattern of the stabilizer produced. So we find that ordinary Portland cement or CEM1 cement produces about 900 kilograms of carbon per ton of cement that is produced. Blended cement, that is CEM1 and CEM2 and CEM3, produce about 600 kilograms of carbon per ton of the blended cement produced, while hydraulic road binders produce only 350 kilograms of carbon per ton of cement that is produced. Lime produces about 750 kilogram carbon per ton of lime that is produced. And then now, when asked about now why would these respondents now want now HRBs to be incorporated, is because the two main quoted reasons were reduced clinker consumption, because Kenya has been a net importer of clinker for quite some time. So when we reduce the amount of clinker by using these supplementary cementitious materials, it's a plus for the industry. So 97% of the respondents proposed reduced clinker consumption, and 97% talked about now utilization of local supplementary cementitious materials, and then 53% conservation of natural resources, 47% reduction of carbon, 28% on improvement of livability, at 8% reduced energy consumption, and 5% at reduced wasted disposal. Because now using these hydraulic road binders, we can also use waste products that can be incorporated now to give us circular economy. The last objective is to document alternative stabilization technologies, where we find that all of the respondents have used as solvent stabilization. Mechanical stabilization followed closely at 73%, plane stabilization at 33%, while bitumen stabilization was only done by about 5% of the respondents. We find that the respondents, none of them are quoted if they use geogrids. These ones are now physical as forms of stabilization or geotextiles. So meaning these ones are not well utilized across the country. So key insights and barriers and outcomes. Number one is factors that limit hydraulic road binder production and market growth. Lack of standards stood number one at 81%, regulatory constraints followed closely at 76%, limited research and performance data followed by 68%, with limited use and awareness. Here is where now you find that most people even don't have an idea what an hydraulic road binder is. So this one followed by 64%. Actions that are needed now for adoption of these hydraulic road binders. Number one was development of hydraulic road binder specific standards at 91%. Here is where maybe these hydraulic road binder standards can be used now in specifically in the road design manual, and then conduct research trials. These research trials are now prototyping. Here is now where now we do something like lab to slab, where we take trials that are done in the laboratories, and then we have some trials also in some sections of the road. So this one followed at 85%, established administrative projects, 80% increasing awareness through trainings and workshops followed at 75%. Opportunities that are there now in hydraulic road binders include the cost-saving aspect of these hydraulic road binders, local supplementary cementitious material utilization. We have the evolution of catering demand, because now it will be demand for these waste products, sustainability agenda followed. In the conclusions and recommendations, so hydraulic road binders are in pre-adoption phase, where we find that only one cement plant is producing these hydraulic road binders. Yet we have a lot of supplementary cementitious material streams. The regulatory framework is the greatest barrier to adoption of these hydraulic road binders. Awareness and knowledge on hydraulic road binders is critically low across the country. Kenya has local SCMs with heavy production capacity. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can give him an applause. He has to stop because he has already spent 15 minutes. So in the next, it's good that we finish all the presenters so that we begin a discussion as we wait for the closing ceremony. So we have two more presenters. One is is online, and then the other one is here, Johnston. So we go for the one who is online to finish up. Mureti. Mureti, are you ready?
Hello, yes, I am ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me share my slide.
So you tell us where you are, where you come from, what you are doing, and then we listen to you. Kindly use only 10 minutes. Okay, play your slides and you begin for 10 minutes.
All right. Hello everyone, my name is Brian Mureti. I'm also a student of Meru University, Institute of Cement and Concrete. I'm in Padova, and I'll be presenting University of Padova, and I'll be presenting about the upscaling of industrial waste in the construction industry in Kenya. So my co-authors are Victor Kiptomutai and Dr. Joseph Mwiti. So to begin with, the construction industry in Kenya is facing, actually in the world is facing significant sustainability challenges. So this applies globally and also in Kenya. And one of the main issues causing this is the rapid urbanization, which in turn increases the demand for housing, roads, and other basic infrastructure. Now we can see on the top left corner here, the urbanization rate in Kenya is around 32%, people living in urban areas, and it's expected to rise. Now, in contrast, for instance, in Southern Africa, we have around 65%. In East Africa, generally, it's around 30%. West Africa, 48%, and North Africa at 53%. Now, at the same time, we have climate change concerns that are forcing industries to reduce their greenhouse gases emissions and also improve their resource efficiency. For instance, in the construction sector, the cement production emits around 0.9 tons of carbon per ton during the manufacturing, which, as we can see, it's pretty high and something needs to be done about it. Now, another problem is we have large quantities of industrial and agricultural waste that continue to accumulate, which in turn creates environmental and disposal challenges. And also, furthermore, to add to that, we have many raw materials that are used in construction. They are finite resources, for instance, limestone, meaning that continuous extraction increases a lot of pressure on the environment. So these challenges have led to growing interest in the circular economy approaches, whereby waste materials can be viewed as valuable resources rather than disposal burdens. Now, in the Kenyan context, we can see that on average, roughly about 10 to 20% of waste is formally recycled, and around 88% of waste is discarded. Now, for instance, here I have a select number of industrial waste that is available in Kenya, and the amount that is produced. We have like steel slag around 20,000 tons produced annually. We have gypsum, recycled gypsum from battery manufacturing, around 85,000 tons. We have bagasse ash at around 210,000 tons, and rice ash at around 55,000 tons. So, generally, if waste, they are largely landfill, meaning that they are disposed of. And we can look at the same time at the Vision 2030, and also other ongoing infrastructure development continues to increase the demand for construction material and fuel resources. So Kenya has recognized these challenges and introduced several environmental policies and regulations. For instance, we have the ENCA Act, or the Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999. We have the NEMA Waste Management Regulation of 2006. We have the Kenya National Environmental Policy of 2013, the National Solid Waste Management Strategy of 2021, and the Kenya Green Building Standard that is under development. It's not, it has not yet been formalized, it's under development. Now, here we have waste that can be valorized, and first, someone might be asking what is waste valorization. So generally, this refers to the process whereby waste can be converted into useful and economically valuable products. So here I have a select number of waste products that can be valorized. We have rice ash, which is from the processing of rice. We have sugarcane bagasse ash from sugar industry. We have recycled gypsum from the recycling of batteries, and we have steel slag, which is from the production of steel manufacturing. So previous studies have shown that these materials can successfully be incorporated in cement, concrete, masonry units, and also in road construction applications. And their utilization would reduce the waste disposal and also conserve natural resources and promote circular economy principles. Now, what were the objectives of my study? So it was to investigate stakeholder awareness and perceptions regarding the utilization of industrial and agricultural waste in Kenya's construction industry, and also to identify pathways that can scale up their use. So specifically, I aim to assess the stakeholder awareness of available materials, also to evaluate the perceptions of the respondents regarding the benefits and the barriers to waste material valorization across the construction supply chain, also to determine the preferred policy and regulatory interventions to accelerate adoption of waste-derived materials. Another objective was to examine alignment of current Kenya practices with circular economy principles and to develop evidence-based recommendations to promote sustainable construction through waste upscaling. So this study was done by use of a questionnaire, and I have the respondents' profile. I was able to get around 120 respondents and around 40 engineers, 25 road contractors, 15 manufacturers, academics and researchers were about 20 of them, policymakers, 10 of them, and environmental consultants about 10 of them. So generally, the findings indicate that the awareness of waste valorization is pretty high, whereby we have around 87% of the respondents are aware that industrial waste can be used in construction. So while examining the familiarity of these respondents of the individuals with the material, states have recorded the highest awareness at around 78%, followed by bagasse ash 70, rice ash 66, fly ash 55, and recycled gypsum was the least acknowledged at 48%. So this part, the respondents were also asked to evaluate the perceived benefits and also the perceived barriers to waste valorization. So the highest rated benefit was the reduction of pollution at around 21%, followed by conservation of natural resources and also supporting the circular economy at 21%, and the least acknowledged benefit was the reduction of cost at around 18%. So these findings generally indicate that there was a strong recognition of environmental and sustainability benefits of waste utilization. Now, also the stakeholders were used to identify the various barriers that they perceived, and the most common or the most severe barrier was the lack of national standards at around 18%, and also there were high quality concerns and also safety concerns. For instance, maybe people were concerned about the recycled gypsum. Also there was limited knowledge at around 17%, poor policy support at around 16%, and material availability. So, and from this we can see that quality concerns, safety concerns, and limited technical knowledge generally they are some of the major issues, and this suggests that there should be stronger regulatory and technical frameworks before there can be widespread adoption of these waste materials in the construction industry. Now, the respondents were also asked if they would encourage the support for the adoption, and approximately 89% of the respondents supported the increased utilization of industrial materials in construction, and around 4% were opposed to the idea, but around 7% remain uncertain to the issue. Now, although when the respondents were asked which intervention would most likely accelerate the adoption, majority of the respondents selected the development of national standards at around 38%, and also awareness of campaigns and additional research were also identified as important interventions. So generally these results reinforce the importance of policy and standardization in promoting waste valorization. Now, to my conclusion, based on these findings, I can make several conclusions. The first one being that the awareness of waste valorization is pretty high among the stakeholders, and around 87% of the stakeholders are aware of waste valorization. But we know that awareness alone has not driven the adoption up yet. Second one is that the environmental and resource efficiency benefits are generally well recognized with around a score 4.5 out of 5 if you are using the Likert scale. The third one was the lack of technical standards, which remains probably the most significant obstacle to large-scale adoption of these products. The fourth conclusion was finally that the stakeholders they support the increased utilization of the waste valorization at 85%, but there needs to be more quality and safety. The safe quality and safety concerns needs to be addressed, and all the knowledge gaps are filled through maybe targeted research and capacity building investment. So now for my recommendations, we have to develop the national technical standards. For instance, maybe for recycled gypsum, recycled ash, bagasse ash, and steel slag in the construction industry. And also the launch of targeted awareness campaigns through the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, NEMA, and also Kenya Association of Manufacturers. The third one is like to increase research investment in performance testing of waste-derived SCMs under Kenyan field conditions. Fourth one was to introduce tax incentives and green procurement policies for waste valorized products, construction products, and the fifth one was to integrate circular economy principles into Kenyan University engineering curriculum. That's all, and thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you.
And the audience have said they have enjoyed it.
Thank you.
So you hang around for the
Okay.
for the possible comments and questions or any other
All right.
recommendations.
Thank you.
All right. So we have the last presenter today, Johnston. You can leave your phone.
Thank you very much. I'm Livingston Jero, Juba University, master student in Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to take this opportunity to appreciate for getting a chance to present you the integrated effect of mulching, farmyard manure, calcium ammonium nitrate for the fertilizer production and selected soil properties and tomato production in the organic community. Soil fertility has declined, being a major challenge limiting cultivation and productivity of our tomato in sub-Saharan Africa, where Kenya lies. Dear listeners, this is due to continuous cultivation without adequate nutrient and reduced essential soil nutrients, which are very important for tomato production. I would like to say that integrated soil fertility management, combining with organic and inorganic nutrient sources, have acted to improve the soil productivity during the course of the study. Many farmers have intended to avoid the use of farmyard manure, which is very important, combining it with mulching, calcium ammonium nitrate. When has been used, it has proved to be effective at an individual level to improve soil profile. Soil profile is very important when it comes to tomato production. The standard will tend to combine effect of farmyard manure, mulching, calcium ammonium nitrate for the fertilizer and the tomato production in the organic county. I would therefore like to present a statement of problem. Normally, tomato production in the organic is very much below what is expected. That is 4 to 10 tons per hectare, far much below the yield of 20 to 30 tons per acre. Low productivity is linked to declining soil fertility, low humic and organic matter, nutrient imbalances, and inadequate soil moisture. I would like to say that let us not mistake arid and semi-arid as the place of being unproductivity or unproductive. Majority mistake this concept of soil mixture as the inability of soil to produce. Low adoption of farmyard manure and mulching contributed to poor soil structure, reduces moisture retention and increases nutrient loss. Therefore, the standard is justified on the limited standing of the combined effect of mulching, farmyard manure, calcium ammonium nitrate, foliar fertilizers, and on soil properties, growth, yield, fruit quality of tomato in Tharaka County. We have this very main objective that we intend to look at. To determine the effect of mulching, farmyard manure, calcium ammonium nitrate, foliar fertilizer application on tomato production in Tharaka County, Kenya. Let me present here an hypothesis of this study. The use of mulching, farmyard manure, calcium ammonium nitrate, foliar fertilizer application has no statistical significance to tomato production in Tharaka County. Justification of the study: productivity in eastern Kenya remains low due to declining soil fertility and poor crop management practices. Combined organic fertilizers improves nutrient synchronization and reduce nutrient loss. Ladies and gentlemen, integration of mulching, farmyard manure, mineral fertilizers, and foliar feeding can increase the resilience and productivity of tomato production system in our county. There are few materials that I got to use in this study. The study was conducted in Makanyanga, this is in Tharaka Nithi, and the Cameron authorities, Chuka and Mangombe County, Tharaka Nithi County, Kenya. The study adopted randomized concrete block design with 3 replications. These replications are meant to make sure that any error that might have occurred, the first replication, second replication, and third replication, they are corrected. In this case, I used answer tomato, and therefore tomato seeds which were raised in a nursery for 4 weeks. We have farmyard manure at least 10 tons per hectare, which was incorporated during that preparation, where DAP 200 kg per hectare were uniformly applied to whole plot at planting. That is when, and this is the area where majority of the farmers, once they incorporate DAP, they think how it's applied. But the realize calcium ammonium nitrate 300 kg was applied, into 2 spirited of dressing, and further fertilizer still was applied at the vegetative flowering fruiting stage, while irrigation, weeding, staking of these tomatoes, pruning and pest management were uniformly maintained across our plot. Soil samples, a total of 96 composite soil samples per site were corrected, 48 before planting and 48 after harvesting. What is the importance of taking soil samples after harvesting? It is to find the nature of nutrient depletion after production, giving 1 and 2 composite soil samples for the 2 study sites. Results. Around percentage is result. Soil pH. Once we incorporate farmyard manure, you are intending to reduce the soil pH. Generally, the soils in East Africa are full of acid, especially when the thing growing zones. We use a lot of cereal and we make sure that this means to reduce the soil pH to go below 6, which is not important for protection of tomatoes. Therefore, reaching from 5.01 to 6.60, indicating reduced soil acidity and integrated treatment. We are focusing at reducing the soil pH so that most of the crops that we are doing, especially horticultural crops, does work between 5.5 to 7 especially tomatoes, farmland and mulching enhance carbon sequestration by supplying organic residues and reducing organic matter oxidation. Around negative to soil moisture content improved significantly, especially those who come from arid and arid areas. We are intended to conserve soil moisture because for the last 2 months it was very hot. Then if you are not covered the soil, then there was a lot of soil moisture loss, which we can see after applying farmland and mulching. Soil improved to 31.2%. Mulching reduced evaporation losses and improved infiltration, while farmland manure enhanced soil aggregation and water holding capacity. Integrated nutrient management improved nutrient cycling, soil moisture, and soil microbial activities, enhancing overall soil fertility. Dear listeners, I wish to give the conclusion to this, that the study showed farmyard manure, mulching, CAN, that is calcium ammonium nitrate, foliar fertilizer significantly improved soil physiochemical properties, which is very important during fruit formation and quality of fruit. Integrated soil fertility management treatment helped in enhancing soil fertility, nutrient availability, organic matter, and water retention capacity. Allow me to express my gratitude by saying thank you for your time and for getting an opportunity to express what I had in my studies. I will go for it. Thank you. Asante sana.
Clap for him. He has done very well, and I think he's very good in timekeeping. He has given all the content in just 9 minutes. So that one was very great. So before I assume that we are all finished, then may I know whether there is anyone who has not presented? Okay, that's enough. So I now open the floor for comments, questions, compliments, and the mic will be passed around for you to ask your question. You can also write your question on a paper and you pass it to the front. We can read it for you, but it's okay if you can ask your question. So welcome. Remember all the presenters who made their presentations. Some of them are online, but they're following. So what you do is to mention the question type and the presenter. If you don't remember the name, you can describe that person. Then I can help you to identify who they are. So who is starting? Dr. Mugu. So presenters, you can come around so that we can arrive to you earlier. You can come to the front seats.
So thank you, Chair. Then we go straight to my questions. The presenter number one who I found continuing, that is Vincent. He's online. I think he's hearing me.
Vincent Ayata.
Is he there?
Yes, Vincent should be there. Just proceed.
Okay. So I wanted him to go back to his slides. That's why I'm asking whether he's there.
Oh, Vincent, can you load your slides? Ayata.
If he's not there, then I can just go to the next one.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay. So, Vincent, thank you for your presentation. I want you to go to your specific objectives. You can just scroll very fast to your specific objectives. So, I want to know how you were able to measure specific objective, the last specific objective. Normally the specific objectives are normally written in Roman numbering, so please avoid using the letters. So D, to document alternative stabilization technologies currently used in road infrastructure. How is that a specific objective? And how were you able to measure that? Or which methodology did you use to get results? And as you take that one also, I wanted you to also go to page 9 of your slides. Page 9 is where you have the respondents, and there is a page, no, go back, page 8, sorry. So, no, where you have the respondents, so just page 7. So here, oh, there is something on page 9, I'll get there. So in the respondents, I'm seeing a category of respondents indicated as others. Who are these others? Because I think you're supposed to actually mention who these others are, just as you have mentioned the others. The other thing I want to also comment on this one. How did you arrive to the number, to the target population? What was your total population, and how did you calculate your target population to be able to know that now I'm going to interview 20 county engineers, whatever number of project managers? That should appear in your work. And page 9 now in the results, I think I was referring to page 9. Page 9. Page 9.
Vincent, page 9.
Yeah. I was wondering, are these your results? For example, the table which is down there, or the carbon footprint, are these your results? Or are they results from some literature? So thank you. Those are my questions to Ayata. I don't know whether I proceed with the others.
Yes.
I finish.
Yes.
Okay, I finish. Okay. Ayata, you will answer, so you can just take note of that, and the chair will direct us. Then we have Brian Moretti. Brian, you also presented so well, but this one also goes to the other presenter, Ayata. Also, I did not see even a single citation in your work, yet you are having pictorials and diagrams which are not even yours. You are not citing even where the data is coming from. For example, now what you are showing there. No, just go back. I know there is only one that you have, the one for KEBS. You go to page 2. I've written in my notes page 2. So page 2, there is no citation, and you see this is data that we don't know where you got it from. And also that goes to Ayata. You are presenting your introduction with no citation, no reference to show us where you are getting this information from. Then your specific objectives again, Brian, 3 and 5. I did not see the answer to this or the results for this. To determine preferred policy, can you really do that? I don't know, because a policy has already been passed. So now are you going to choose and say, now this one is the most preferred, or what do you mean by specific objective number 3? And also specific objective number 5. To develop evidence-based recommendations are recommendations, they are not objectives. You put them in the recommendations, so that you stick with objectives that will have a methodology and that will have also results that can be actually be seen. And again, also for the 2 presenters, I did not see any hypotheses or research questions. So what were you answering so that you have these objectives? And then you had 129 respondents. Again, I'm wondering, why are you getting these 129 respondents? Which formula did you use to calculate? Or where are they coming from? What was the total population? So that now you tell us, I'm getting 129. So we need to know where the 129 were derived from which total population. Okay? Not the categories. I want to know if the engineers, which are these industries that you are going to And how many engineers are there so that now you say, I will sample 40, I will sample 25 contractors, blah, 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 and all that. Then I did not see any response rate, and also this one goes to the other presenter. How many questionnaires were brought back? I did not see a validity of your questionnaires, reliability, whether it was done or not done. So I think you need to include this. They could be very short, brief, they don't take a lot of time just to tell us you did some validity test and reliability test of your questionnaires. Then now to the last presenter who was physically here, Johnston. Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I was much interested in seeing the results, but I think you denied us. So Johnston, I think also, yours goes also to the introduction. I have seen your introduction. You have put a lot of statements without citations. No citations, no backing why you got those ones. Are they yours? No. So you need to put some citations. There was a bullet number 2 in your problem. I cannot recall unless we go there. Or you can, if you have it, you can read it out. Problem where we have bullet number 2. As it does that, maybe I can go to the other. There were no specific objectives. You just gave us a general objective. So we were not sure what we were looking at the results because there were no specific objectives. You gave us a hypothesis. I did not see an alternative hypothesis and a hypothesis. Then you are looking, bullet, there it is, bullet number 2. No, this is introduction problem. Yeah, back problem. The farmers mainly apply DAP at planting, which does not adequately supply potassium. You know, this one is a very strong statement. Yeah, and yet it is a fertilizer that is normally used when we are starting to plant. So, are you saying that the fertilizer that you are applying is not giving sufficient nutrients that the plant is supposed to be having? So some of these statements that are quite heavy and you cannot really own them, it is always good to back them up with citations. So, yes. And then you are looking at, I said there were no specific objectives, and then you are looking at the different combinations of CAN, farmyard manure and mulching. But I did not see now how are they how are they treated in terms of, did you put a certain concentration of CAN here, a certain degree of mulching? You know, I did not see the control also. What was your control? So that you say the results are like this or like this. Okay? And then finally the result, bullet number 3. The result, if somebody can just go. The result of bullet number 3, you are saying that improved, this is a result, there was improved microbial activity and organic amendments. Which were these organic amendments? Accelerated decomposition and humus formation. So you see, when you say improved microbial activity and there was no result for that to show an increase in microbial activity, because I don't think you measured that, this will be something that should not fall under your results. It's not even a conclusion because he did not do it. Maybe he will tell us, because this is microbial activity, but he was looking at the effect of on the production and the fruit, the quality of the fruit, the growth and the production and the quality of the fruit. So there was nothing involving microbial activity. So you cannot put it under your result, and it was not something that you measured. Okay. I think that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cynthia. We will reallocate those questions according to speakers from all the questionnaires. The questioners. So we can welcome the next questioner. Yes, Professor Mariga, you can take the mic. So you combine the presenters, you combine your questions.
Yeah, mine is to thank the presenters of today. That's good work. We put effort on the same. And I go to Humphreys. Again, I want to echo what Dr. Cynthia Mugo.
This meeting is being recorded.
Oh. I want to echo what Dr. Cynthia Mugo has just mentioned. I want to know whether the 29 respondents that used were a representative sample of the population. We didn't know how those numbers were obtained, and so are other presenters. That said, we had Karuma.
Karuma's left, so you can jump. You skip that one.
Okay, I think that's all.
Okay, next.
Thank you. I just wanted to maybe ask ignorantly something to the presenter Mary here. She was talking about photosynthesis on the Artemisia plant, and I don't know why she selected that one when she said it has medicinal value of malaria. Of course, I know the other plants that will do the same thing, that are used for malaria cure. So I don't know why she chose this one in particular. And also, there were selected temperatures for the photosynthesis. If I'm not wrong, they were in intervals of 6 degrees centigrade, 18, 24, 30. I don't know what informed that choice. And then it was highest at, for the photosynthetic rate was highest at 24. I didn't get the account or the explanation for that. Then the CO2 increase affects the photosynthetic rate in such a way that it decreases. Okay, I don't know when, or this one, if there are stages of photosynthesis, and therefore this one happens at what stage. Because from the layman point of view, as we know that the CO2 is very important in photosynthesis, so probably we expect it to increase, but if it goes up to a maximum, then starts to decrease, then probably one will be able to account for that. I also learned in high school, maybe science has changed some years back. I think it was in Form 3. In 1989, that photosynthesis happens in 2 stages. There is the light reaction, so the light stage and the dark stage. Presently, science evolves and probably things have changed. So I don't know this photosynthesis rate if it was taking care of these 2 stages. And in both those stages, really, one uses oxygen and the other one carbon dioxide, or they are all for CO2. If I've exhausted my questions, comments also to her, and I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. You can pass the mic. Okay. You yourself.
Thank you so much. I've got only one concern with the last presenter. In addition to what Dr. Cynthia has just said, the presenter, you did not show us the statistical methods
This meeting is being recorded.
that were relating the farmyard manure, mulching, and the soil properties. They did come out clearly how you are relating the 2. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Next question. Okay, so we will handle those ones first before we can welcome more. So we will begin with Vincent Ayata. So with Vincent Ayata, you just have about 4 minutes to finish your questions. If you forget any, I will remind you about them. So, Vincent, you are welcome.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I had a question first. There was a question on how objective about objective 3, the objective on the environmental implications, where in my slides I've quantified the amount of carbon that is associated with production of these specific binders. So this objective is an objective that, if you look at my methodology, part of my work was done through literature review. So this I documented now carbon that is produced by different materials from literature. And there was another object, there was a question on, if I'm not wrong, there's a question that asks about the respondents and where I included others. And I would answer by saying that I categorized my respondents. So I had senior engineers, where I had senior engineers, project engineers, those who answered as engineers, and then resident engineers. And then now in the section where I had others, I had senior consultants, technical directors, sales managers, operations managers, quality control managers, site supervisors. So you find that the category where I mentioned as others is because the respondents were few. So that's why I didn't list all of them, and that's why I listed them as others. And when there was also a question about how I arrived at my target groups, you find that across the hydraulic road binder industry, okay, there is the hydraulic industry, where is the cement stabilization industry or the chemical stabilizers, where we have stabilizers that are currently being used, like cement and lime. So there are people from different sectors, these ones are the key stakeholders across the road construction value chain. Those who are producing cement, those who are using cement, those who are even producing these supplementary cementitious materials. So here is how I targeted them. You find that for Nairobi, there is a good chunk of contractors who work with these road authorities. And then we have also people who work in these authorities. So these ones are the specific stakeholders that I targeted. So in the road authorities, we have Kenya National Highways Authority, we have the Kenya Urban Roads Authority. When you talk about contractors, I'm not sure, I can name a few, like Trovels and Trovels, because these are people that I've engaged with. So I targeted them specifically with these questionnaires. And then you have researchers. Researchers are people who work in the cement industries, people who are doing PhDs, people who are working on projects that cover these hydraulic road binders and also by general. Yes?
Shorten your responses so that we can...
Okay, so that's how I targeted these specific stakeholders. I'm not sure if there is a question that I've left out.
So at that point, let us get a clarification.
Ayaka, you have said it well, but I'm still not convinced about the sampling, because you should have stated which industries are these, and you have mentioned them. I've heard you mention them right now. So you could have told us in, like for example, mention one that you have mentioned that deal with this.
Actually, my slide on respondent profile, there is type of organization where I have road contractors, I have county governments, and then I have consultants and researchers, and I have 7 plants just above the designation. The first, actually my first in the presentation, maybe I can share it.
No, I think I know where it is, but my question is, yes, these are contractors.
Yeah.
From which industry, from which company?
They are working on projects that are done by these road agencies. For example, I've mentioned shovels and trowels. I've mentioned pastors. These are people who we have engaged with them.
Okay. Now, those companies, I think you should have told us now from those, I sampled 5 or 20 companies, or tell us the scope of your location, and then you tell us in that location we have this number of these companies that are dealing with this, but out of it I sampled this number. And then from there, I sampled this number of respondents in terms of now the designations that you have put there. I think that is what is missing. So the numbers just look like you got them from nowhere. So when you make that clear now, it will be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before you go, did you respond to objective B?
Yes, I responded to objective 3 and stated that these are did through literature review, because the carbon emissions from this specific binders are documented.
Okay. Most of those comments were for your improvement. You can incorporate them in your paper when you produce your write-up. So we will go to Brian. Brian, you have a bit of many questions similar to those ones of Vincent, so that after that we can now come back to the presenters who are here. So Brian, you can take the floor. Make sure you give us precise responses for each question separately without too much explanations.
Alright, so the first question was regarding the citations, and I think I got my data from UNDSA, or the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I think I might have forgotten to cite which are correct on that, and also I also got further data on the World Bank data, so which is basically open source, and you can easily find it. Now, there was also the next question on my third objective, which was how did I come about the preferred policy and regulatory interventions to accelerate the adoption of waste-derived materials. So, for this, in my structured questionnaire, I asked the respondents how they can to identify maybe the single intervention which they believe would most likely accelerate the adoption, and I gave them 5 options: the national standards, awareness campaigns, more research, tax incentives, and government mandates. So all these options, they were derived from established policy instruments in literature, for instance in circular economy, and also other literature in sustainable construction research.
So, Brian,
this time, sorry?
Brian, as you answer, can you show us the third and fifth objective? As you speak, you also go to the results. That will be good for us.
Okay. Do I share my slide?
Yes. And then you relate. Okay. You align your objective 3 and 4 with the results.
Alright, just a minute. Okay. Alright. So, as I was saying, I used a structured questionnaire to, and I provided them with the options. So, these options, they were basically derived from literature, so they were not like abstract or arbitrary concepts. So, so for option 5, question number 5, on how did I develop like the evidence-based recommendations to promote sustainable construction through the waste upscaling. So this was as a result of specific objective 3. So so after asking them, they preferred the policy interventions through the survey data. Objective number 5 takes all that in and combines it with the 4 preceding objectives to basically generate complete integrated recommendation set. So maybe we can say that option 3 can be described as being descriptive, while objective number 5 is prescriptive, whereby it is kind of synthesizes the data and makes the recommendations based on evidence from option number 3. What was the other question, please? I think.
How did you arrive at 129 respondents?
Okay. So basically, I used social media tools. For instance, as the Institution of Engineers group on Facebook, also Instagram, Twitter. Also, there was do referrals, the recommendations, and also these professional WhatsApp groups. And also, I managed to send a few questionnaires through LinkedIn, and I managed to get 120 respondents through this.
Okay. So some of the things like hypothesis, you don't have to respond to that. We can also see that you didn't have citations, and those are some of the things that you can go into improving your research the next time you present. So
okay, thank you.
I want to excuse the question given to Afri. If Afri, you are there, you can answer the question that you were asked. It was a single question. Otherwise, we welcome Mary, after which Johnston. Afri, you can say something before Mary comes. You can continue asking Mary as she answers the rest.
Professor Lord is online, and we did the research together. Lord, can you hear us? He's called Professor Lord. I'm not calling the Lord.
I thought you were praying.
No, I was not praying.
Maybe the question I forgot here was on, you used regression analysis, linear regression, if I got you right. I never saw any linear regression equation in your presentation. So I didn't understand what your linear regression was all about, because from my mathematical point of view, I thought there was a linear regression equation that you used, and the constants of those linear regressions, whether they're A or B, you needed to have shown us. Unfortunately, maybe you may clarify that. Disciplines may differ. And then you are from computer science. You are talking about photosynthesis. I want to know what is the computer science knowledge in what you are presenting, because you must also be doing, we must see computer science in your application. Thank you.
Okay. Lord? Professor? Lord?
Yeah, hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so basically, I'm a plant scientist, or if you like, I say a biologist. So, as a biologist, I look. Can you hear me, please?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, as a biologist, I look at the biology, let's say the physiology of the plants, and morphology of the plants, anatomy of the plants, and then biochemistry, the biochemical composition of what is inside the plant, including the metabolism. So, and also the sensory part. So sometimes how does the plant think? How does the metabolism? So if you take humans, for instance, we have a blood circulatory system. We do respiration because we breathe in and out, respiration, and so on and so forth. So the same thing the plant does. But we want to know how, if we want to study how mechanistically how some of these physiological parameters relate. And as a biologist, it's only fair that, and we're all talking about interdisciplinary research and so on and so forth. So it's only fair because I cannot do it, it's not my area of expertise. And we do that in biology alone. But there are so many complications when trying to study the mechanism of some of these processes. So we have, so for some of the questions asked, for instance, it will be fair if the person can present in someone like me, like a biology or my scientist. So what we did was that we took one parameter, which is photosynthesis, which is so crucial, plant growth. We took that to study its mechanism, let's say the mechanistic aspect. So that's why we involve someone with IT expertise, with digital expertise, with that kind of expertise to help us understand, the mathematical relationship, if you like, So that's why we did that. We do that a lot in our biology by, collaborating with other disciplines to help us understand it more mathematically sometimes.
The other question was...
I hope I've answered that question.
Why did you choose Artemisia?
The other question was why Artemisia and not any other plant?
Yeah, so in Africa or tropical conditions, we are so rich with biodiversity. Please, can I go on?
Yes.
Yeah, we are so rich with biodiversity, in our forests and in our environment. We need to harness what we have and then record them, document them for future generations. And when it comes to pharmacology, sometimes we have active ingredients that may work for a while. Then the body develops resistance to it. It wouldn't work anymore. So it means that we have to, if we are talking about herbal medicine, we need to diversify as well. So we know neem tree, for instance, is used, extract is used for malaria treatment, quinine, and so on and so forth. Now quinine is not even talked about anymore. But it used to be the traditional malaria medicine, but it's not talked about anymore because new ones have been identified. So it's the same way, if we know traditionally that maybe a medical plant treat this, I think we need to explore it. Because it might be better than what we have now. We need to explore so that we don't leave them and then underexploited and later on we lose them. We lose that knowledge of what they do. Until when it becomes, when we have problems like the COVID, where we have to rush and try things, try and learn about this. So that's our main goal. If we know that we have something about